It's not very much too much about it. It's we deal with gear, obviously neutral density filters, which is what we specialize in. But you can get a lot out of your camera with basic fundamentals such as composition. So we'll get right into it. So a little bit about me. I'm kind of a jack of all trades. I started off as a product photographer. So you see, I shot stuff for e-commerce companies, shooting on a plain white background, clipping it out, and just focusing on the product. And pretty, standard and kind of boring stuff if you really stop and think about it. But it kind of gave me my start. I dabbled in the commercial side of things a little bit. I started doing a little more creative shoots. This stuff like this was used on, mass marketing emails. This one had to do with like skincare. And then we have another one over here. The clear the pantry. I remember that this one was called, and basically it was just about clearing up the clutter. And so a lot of these images might seem a little simple, but behind the scenes they can get a little chaotic. You see, I had my C stands and some grip equipment, and this is where I really kind of dug my teeth into lighting, and I really learned a lot while doing this type of photography. Never worked for any major clients, but this really gave me a good understanding of light. And so from there, I started doing more portraiture work. I really do enjoy portraits. I tend to do very moody portraits, as you'll see in my work. It's very moody a lot of the times, even in my landscape photography. So that's an example here. These are some other examples of some of my portrait work. That's my son on the left right there, perhaps to your right. In the middle, he's an actor. And then my daughter playing with her slime. So she went through her phase where she was making her slime. And so I wanted to capture that. So that's her in the process of making her slime. So it's really cool to be able to capture these things. And all this stuff was done in my living room. So you didn't need a lot of space. But as time went on, landscape photography was really where my passion lies. And starting in 2011 is when I really started going out on camping trips with my family, and I started to fall in love with it, and I wanted to go out in nature and shoot landscapes more and more. So I started practicing that aspect of my photography and honing it as much as possible, which leads me to today. I started at NISI Optics or NISI Filters late of August 2019. And it was days before we actually opened up. So it was myself, my manager, and the president of the company. We were here in the office getting things ready. And it was a rather hectic few days, but everything went off without a hitch. It was really cool. So it's nice to really be a part of the beginnings and the grassroots of a company, really. So my role at NISI is kind of a technical service rep. I help customers with the products themselves. Obviously, I also do things like this, and we are planning to do some more content in the future. So we'll see how that rolls out in the future. But that's kind of a little bit about me, and but we're not here to talk about me. So let's move it on. We're talking about landscape photography. So as I mentioned earlier, what you really want to focus on when you're starting off is shoot with what you have. A lot of people get obsessed over gear and thinking that you need the latest and greatest camera. And true, having the newest gear, the newest, Fuji camera. I mean, my dream camera is the GFX 100. However, it's not going to make your photographs. It helps you attain the photographs that you have in your mind by breaking through some technical barriers. But really what you want to focus on is composition fundamentals. That's where you're really going to be able to improve. And you don't have to spend any money other than time. And so that's the first thing that as a photographer you want to learn is hone your compositional skills. There are principles and rules and guidelines and suggestions that apply regardless of the camera that you're using. All of us carry around our mobile phones. So if this is great for creating artwork or snapshots, it's really up to you and how you use it. So it's a great tool, and that's what everything is, a tool, and how we utilize to our benefit. So you can have the best camera in the world and still take rubbish photos. So we again can't emphasize enough, composition is where you really want to focus in the beginning. So with that said, there's an old saying, rules are meant to be broken, right? Well, I do believe that to be true, especially with photography and art in general, because you want to know why you're breaking the rules, first of all. You don't want to just break them out of ignorance, though that happens from time to time, and that's okay. We learn from them. But we want to understand why we're breaking certain rules. And the most important thing is you just want to have fun, right? If you're not having fun while you're out shooting, you're doing it wrong and you probably shouldn't be doing it. Or you just need to take a step back and really think about why it is that you're holding a camera. So, the first thing that a lot of photographers talk about is the rule of thirds. It's one of the most basic compositional rules out there. And really, all it is just you're dividing your frame into 9 individually sized frames, and you have intersecting lines in the corners. Well, not the corners, but towards the center of the image. So in this image here, you see there's one large rock that's kind of centered, but it's a little bit towards the left, and then you have a smaller rock that's intersecting the lower thirds, and that helps create balance in your images. It also helps you find where to place your horizon. So it's, again, it's not the end all be all rule, but it really helps you strike a balance between your objects in your images. And here's another example of the rule of thirds where we have the waterfall on the top left intersecting lines. And there's a few more elements here in this photograph, one of them being leading lines actually from the stream, the river. So we're going to talk a little bit more about leading lines as this presentation goes forward. But this is a combination of leading lines and the rule of thirds and just leading your eye in a certain direction. So here's another uh, rule. I guess you can say that's the Fibonacci spiral, or it's often referred to as the golden spiral as well. And this is one that is found in nature a lot of the times. And this is actually a very famous photograph by Henry Cartier-Bresson. It's probably one of the most used images to represent this particular compositional element. And you see here that the staircase and the rails are creating this curve that leads you right to the cyclist. And none of this was by accident. Henry Cartier-Bresson was a master at what he did. He really took street photography to another level. And you even see it in the curve of the sidewalk. So there's a lot of elements here that were on purpose. So it's not like he just showed up, picked up his camera, and snapped and walked away. No, he thought about his composition quite a bit. And so this golden spiral is oftentimes found in nature. You can see it in flower petals, shells, and tree branches. And so when you look around in nature, you're going to find these elements that just are naturally there. And we just have to train our eyes to find them. And here's another example. It's not a curve per se, but it really kind of, it still fits into the Fibonacci spiral, the golden curve. You have the walkway there that kind of enters into the frame and veers left and leading you to the sun, to the setting sun, or it could be a sunrise. I'm not too sure. This is a shot by Albert. He's one of our ambassadors, and so this is another example of how that golden spiral can be found in architecture as well. Uh, More so like the Henry Cartier-Bresson, that's architectural, and this little walkway was put there. It's not wasn't there by nature didn't put it there. A man put it there, or someone built it rather. So now going back to leading lines, I talked about it a little bit with one of the images of rule of thirds. So it's a combination of leading lines and vanishing point. I'm kind of combining two elements here. So this image right here was again shot by Andrew Code. He used the ebb and flow of the water, the receding water, to create these lines that help you kind of push your eyes forward towards the bigger rock formation there in the center, in the top of the image. And it really helps lead your eye, and that's what we want to do when we're taking photos, is lead our viewers to the main subject. And so this is a good example of that. Here's another image by Andrew. He shot this, I believe this is the Sydney Opera House. And there's this structure here that takes you and curves you to the left, leading you all the way to the Sydney Opera House. Now, granted, the Sydney Opera House is very bright, so your eyes naturally go to that already. But the leading line there, it just forces you. There's nowhere else you're gonna look. When the moment you see this image, that's the first thing you see, and the leading lines and the brightness of the Opera House makes sure of that. Here's another example of leading lines and a vanishing point. So basically, a vanishing point is two converging lines, making it seem like they're coming smaller, narrowing. And you see that a lot on the road when you're driving. Off into the distance, things seem to kind of get narrower. And that's due to the perspective of our eyes and everything, how we see things. And that helps kind of bring an element of depth to our images. And that leading lines will give you that. It's going to add depth to your images, almost 3D like. Um, there's another element here going on with the atmosphere. Atmosphere is one of my favorite aspects of landscape photography. Um, you see the foreground of the image is very contrasty. It's clear, but then the further up you go into the image, the more hazy it gets. And I remember this particular year in Mammoth Lakes, it was one of the heaviest snowfalls that they've ever had, and you would drive through the mountainsides and you would hit whiteout, and it was a pretty scary thing to do, to just drive. You're driving 65, 70, and then all of a sudden you can't see anything. So this really helps kind of give you an idea of just depth in an image by using the atmosphere as well, with the leading lines and the vanishing point. Here's another image shot by Andrew using the same thing. You got the vanishing point of the road getting smaller, leading you into that forest, and you have atmosphere, all that fog, just giving the image depth, dimension. Another another compositional fundamental or rule or suggestion I like to say is foreground interest. Now, this one is, it's an interesting one because I personally don't use it a lot, but when it's used, it's very effective. And this image by Andrew really drives that point home. You see, the rocks are they're in the foreground, but they're not distracting. It's not detracting or taking away from the image. It's adding to it. They're formed in such a way where it's almost kind of like leading you into the midground. Then you have that dilapidated fence right there that's leading you even further into the image, to the main subject, which is the mountain in the background. So this is a really good and effective use of foreground interest. Now, I personally believe that you don't always need one if minimalism is what you're going for. Foreground interest isn't always necessary, but when used correctly, it's very effective. Another example here is the image to the left. You have that mossy rock there, and then around it, you have the swirling of the water that's leading you around the mossy rock. You have the ferns on the top right corner directing you to the waterfall in the back. So, and again, effective use of leading lines, foreground interest, and all these elements that are coming together to make one cohesive image. Negative space. Now, this is perhaps one of my favorite things to include in my photography. This is a drone shot, again shot by Andrew, and I'm not quite sure what that, it looks like, some kind of hut, but I don't know what it is. But it really gives it a sense of isolation. It's so far apart from the road and what we would assume is civilization on the right side of the image, but it gives it a sense of isolation, and it draws you, it holds you there. So it's a very effective way of using negative space. This is an image I shot here in it's the Korean Peace Bell, and I use the sky as negative space to give it context and isolation. Again, that's negative space really is for isolation and giving it that sense of loneliness, I guess. It's the first thing that comes to my mind, and the first emotion that I feel when I see an image with a lot of negative space and when it's used effectively. Now this one, I used it for context. It's not necessarily a shot of isolation per se, but this was one of the biggest storms I had ever seen. And we were coming back home from a camping trip. And I looked in the rearview mirror and I saw this massive storm cloud. And then you see right in there in the center of it, just a downpour. And it just, I thought it was a very interesting and ominous looking image that I wanted to capture it. And like, you see the cars right there in the distance on the road, almost fleeing chaos kind of. So again, interpretation of an image. It's really how we interpret the world. And that's what I saw when I pulled over and decided to take this image. So again, clouds. Actually, the clouds here are acting almost as a leading line in and of themselves because of the motion leading you to the fence and the foreground. So again, effective use of negative space here, giving isolation. It's an open field. We really there's not much around there other than just that fence and that structure there. So it gives you a sense of isolation. Now, framing your subject is also a very effective way to really draw your viewer's attention to the subject. There's this image here. This is a very popular spot here in Mammoth, but I use the trees around it to frame the lake, and it really it's a beautiful view when you get there. It's perhaps one of the most obvious compositions that you can create there, but it's almost given to you. But you don't want to ignore the obvious sometimes. It's always good to just kind of get that obvious shot out of your system. I had been after this shot for quite some time. I had been to that location several times, like 4 years prior to getting these conditions. And every time I would go, I would never get this colorful sunset. So everything lined up and it worked out. And so, this is effective use of framing your shot with the natural things, with the natural surroundings. Again, the ferns here, this is a shot by Andrew. He's using the ferns to kind of frame the lake and then the waterfall there, leading your eye to the subject. So again, very effective use of framing within the shot and using natural elements. This is another shot that I took this was in Bishop, California. And there's a little bit going on right here too. So you have the mountains kind of creating this frame, but there's patches of white. There's snowfall, but on the foreground, you have the road that's curving into, taking you to the midground of the photo. And so it's a very layered photo. On the one hand, the foreground, you got snow on it, some patchy snow. The midground is free of snow, completely different colors. And then you have the mountains in the back. And then you see just the separation of the clouds and the mountains. It's just a very interesting view, and it just created all these elements within the photo that help draw you to the mountains, and very dynamic because of the different elements of the weather. So we see a lot going on here, but it kind of makes sense. Now, with all that said, keeping rule of thirds, golden spiral, leading lines, vanishing point, foreground inches, and all that stuff, oftentimes keeping it simple is very effective. One of my favorite photographers is Michael Kenna, and he is a master of minimalism. And I strive to create similar photographs as he does. So this is a shot here in Long Beach, and it was just we were out. I was out with my wife and kids, and I saw this sail here, and it really contrasted the water and the sky. It just popped, and I took it. These are the kind of photos that I tend to gravitate to. It's effective in showing isolation again, but it's not. This one isn't like a sad kind of isolation. It's it's very freeing, especially right now. All of us being cooped up inside. This kind of really speaks volumes to me personally. Being ready to just get outdoors, but this is effective use of keeping things very minimal. This is a lighthouse here in San Pedro. Again, very minimal. I used a think it was a 10 stop on this one to create the long exposure and just blur out the water. But again, this one is more a little more sad in nature because it's just I just imagine someone stuck there for hours out in the middle of nowhere in this lighthouse, time ticking by, and it gives it that sense of isolation. But there's a little bit of color, some pastel colors. So again, isolation really helps bring out your subject as well without the need of cluttering your frame with too many elements. And again, have fun. Have fun. If you're not having fun, take a step back and reevaluate why you're shooting. Now, with one of the biggest things that guides my photography is light. And this is a quote from a great movie, The Fifth Element. And I'm sure many of you know this one. Aziz kept falling asleep, and they kept screaming at him, "Aziz, light." So I kind of I live my philosophy with photography a lot of the times is just let the light direct you. This is an image that kind of is breaking a lot of the rules. The light rays are kind of pointing you away from the boat or the ship there. However, the light in the center is concentrated. It's much brighter there, and so and the size of the ship itself holds a lot of weight. Even though it's small in the overall frame, it holds a lot of weight in the context of the entire image. So this image was all about the clouds and, again, isolation and loneliness. And it just centering the ship there worked. Because if I would have cropped this differently, it wouldn't have worked. But my eye naturally goes to the center of the image. And I know that's one of the biggest things that a lot of individuals, a lot of photographers will say is, well, don't center your subject. It's boring. Well, this is an instance of me deciding to break that rule or that suggestion and just placing my subject dead center. And to me, it's effective, and it doesn't detract. The fact that we have light rays pointing away from it doesn't detract. It almost kind of hugs it and brings it all together. You have these highlights on the water on the bottom right. From the water, the water is a little dark on the bottom left. So there's a lot of elements that help bring the focus to the ship, and then the clouds in the center. There's a theme here with boats and seascape, and that's because I live closest to the coast. I can't always make the 5-hour, 8-hour drive to go up to Mammoth or Yosemite. So the next best thing is the coast, going to the beach. And this is a shot that I was just, walking around with my family. Again, this was at the Korean Peace Belt as well. That same day, I shot this image. And I always carry a lot of gear. I always have my 24 to 120 and my 70 to 200. And so I saw the boat or the cruise ship. I saw the rainbow there, and I just waited for it to get into the right spot. And while I was waiting, I swapped lenses. I zoomed into 200, and I took the shot. And the golden light is hitting the cruise ship, and it's really making it glow. So that wasn't added in post or anything. That was just I brought it out with a little bit of contrast adjustments. But again, the light was directing how I framed this shot. Now this one, you can look at it two different ways. You can look at it as a missed opportunity, or you can read into it differently. So landscape photography, or any photography in general, is an art form. And how you choose to express that, I look at it like a good set of lyrics. Sometimes the best lyrics aren't so black and white. They tell a story, but you interpret it however you want. So there's a certain way that you can interpret this photo. You can say that this person is in the darkness, or you can say that this person is lost and doesn't know, because the boat there, it's not in the light rays. And so again, it's all about interpretation and how you see the photograph and what you want to say with it. And I almost kind of threw this shot away because it wasn't in the light, but the more that I sat on this image, the more it kind of it just made sense to me. And it's not worth throwing away for me at least, because it's still a very beautiful image, and you can interpret it in many different ways. So that's again, isolation and using light as my main source of my main indicator as to how I'm going to frame the image. Now this one, I was driving. This is Mono Lake in California, and it was a very the day wasn't really panning out that well, so I just kept driving up and down the road trying to find something cool to shoot. And as I was driving to Mono Lake, I saw this, and so I pulled over, and I knew immediately that I wanted to create a panel. And I think it was 13 shots shot vertically, and then I stitched them together in Lightroom. But again, my main indicator as to how I was going to frame this was the light. You see the break in the clouds is lighting up the lake there and the mountains. There's some elements of the rule of thirds, even though it's not your typical aspect ratio, you can still kind of break it down into thirds as well. And but I wasn't even thinking about that. I just saw the light, I saw the surroundings, I saw the clouds. It organically I gravitated towards this frame. Now, focal length can be used to your advantage as well. So always play with your focal length. I never leave a location without at least shooting it with two different focal lengths. I always shoot it wide, medium, and telephoto. So here's an example of how you can use focal length to your advantage. So I personally prefer the shot on the left because you have an S curve going into the mountains. But when I showed my wife this picture, she preferred the one on the right. And that's because the mountains are much bigger, more prominent in the image. So one isn't better than the other. It's all taste and preference. Both are good shots, and both show you the effectiveness of different focal lengths. Oftentimes, I find myself on the long end of lenses. I shoot a lot of telephoto. So something to think about. It's as you shoot, think about what you go to. Everyone always has a go-to focal length, and shooting telephoto is definitely one of mine. And so I'm trying to break that habit because it gets a little too comfortable. So I want to scale that back and just open it up a little bit more and think wider. Now, now that you have a sense of composition and what can help you really make your photographs sing, you can talk about gear. You can talk about how to achieve certain looks, because let's face it, a camera phone will never ever be able to compete, at least not yet. I mean, technology is advancing dramatically, and it's amazing how far cell phones have come. But as it stands, they don't replace a medium format camera. They don't replace a 35 millimeter DSLR or a mirrorless. It just can't. You're locked into its algorithm. You're very limited in its sensor size. So there's inherent problems with that. But once you're ready to kind of break out of that and take the next step with your gear, I would say filters would be probably one of the first things that I would recommend. It really does open up a whole new world of possibilities with your photography. ND filters in general, well, not in general, what they do is they darken the entire image, allowing you to slow down your shutter speed or open up your aperture. So when you those that if you're not familiar with shutter speed and aperture and what the differences are, quick shutter speed controls the length of the exposure, and that in turn affects motion in your images. So if you want to freeze action, you want a high shutter speed. If you want to show motion like the clouds in this image, you want a slow shutter speed. Aperture controls depth of field, so how much of the image is in focus. And depth of field, most will recognize it in Hollywood films, when you have a person and then someone in the background is out of focus. That's depth of field. And so depending on your aperture, more of the frame will either be in focus or out of focus. In terms of the different types of ND filters, there's a variety. There's square and there's circular. And photographers prefer, some photographers prefer circular because they're much smaller, lightweight, and compact over squared. But circulars don't have as much flexibility as a square system. So then some photographers prefer the square. I personally prefer square because of the flexibility with the square system. So here's a little graph that shows you, again, these are all kind of general guidelines that you want to go by. ISO, you want to maximize quality. So the higher up in ISO that you go, the more noise you're going to get in your image. That's going to affect its sharpness and its clarity. I'm not afraid to go up to ISO 1600 when needed. I don't fret those kind of things. I don't really sweat those details because I focus more on the content of the image. However, if I can maximize the quality, I opt to maximize that quality. Modern cameras can go down to I think ISO 50. My Nikon D750 goes down to ISO 50. So shutter speed, it says where we can be creative, and that's very true. And that's, as a landscape photographer, that's what we focus on, is mostly our shutter speed. However, a filmmaker might focus on aperture, and so they might use a filter, an ND filter, to open up their aperture to say 2.8 to get that very shallow depth of field. So it really depends on your uh, what it is you're shooting. If you're after depth of field, then you adjust your aperture. If you're after motion, then you adjust your shutter speed. So not there's not one right answer. It all depends on your end goal. So creative exposure times, and this again, not a hard set rule. These are suggestions. Uh, for seascape and water flow, you want to go 0.5 seconds. Moving traffic, zero point 0.5 to 5 seconds. Waterfalls 2 to 10 seconds, so on and so forth. Not a hard set rule, but you know, generally speaking, a lot of photographers tend to fall within this range of shutter speeds. This is an image I shot in, and I used, I think it was 1/4 of a second for the stream of water. I tried going longer, and it didn't sit well with me. It was too creamy. It was just too didn't look quite right. And so 1/4 of a second was the sweet spot. And actually, this is another stitched image. I think it was 4 images stitched together. My 24 millimeter wasn't wide enough, so I just said, stitch it. So, if you don't have a particular piece of gear, it's always good to just kind of think outside the box and try to overcome that limitation with what you have rather than trying to throw money at it all the times, because that doesn't always translate well. Oftentimes, taking the more creative route will yield you much better results than just throwing money at your problem. So, shooting sunrise and sunsets. This is where things can get a little hectic. Light conditions change very, very quickly. Anyone who's shot at sunrise or sunsets knows the frustrations of the constant shifting light. So you want to maximize the opportunity and shoot shorter exposures when the light is good. That's not always the case. If you have a specific vision, then by all means, go after it and experiment. 10-stop ND filters will dramatically increase your exposure times during the sunset. So, 3 or 6 stops are generally a little bit better because you still get a good amount of motion in the clouds without really throwing away a lot of the daylight. So this image is terrible. I know. It's this is an image where I wasn't prepared, but I'm adding it here so that you see how quickly conditions can change. So this was shot at 7:34 a.m. Right? There's a lot of I guess oranges, orange colors here, and the clouds are relatively still dark. This was a minute later, 7:35. You're seeing more red come into the clouds and into the sky. There's still that orange there, but now it's starting to kind of burn a little fiery red more, and those darker spots in the clouds are now starting to get filled in. This is only a minute after, so pretty big difference. Now you have, this was at 7:39. So we went from 7:34 to 7:39. Now it's, the red is practically gone, but you still have a lot of the oranges and yellows in the clouds. But you see how quickly you have to move. So there's a very small window of really good light. And so you always want to try and maximize that the best that you can. Um, here's a side by side. So 5-minute difference between the first shot and then the last shot. Again, terrible images, I know. That was my fault because I didn't do my homework and my research when I went out. This is a trip that my family took to Washington State, and I was completely unprepared. I didn't do any research whatsoever on the locations, and I just, this happened. So I hiked up the side of this mountain. I was huffing and puffing. I was out of breath, out of shape, and so this is the result. But I'm putting it here to illustrate again how quickly the conditions change. Now, this is a much better use of the tools at our disposal, apps and things of that nature, which I'll hit upon later. But this shot, I planned for it. It's it was shot at I think it was five something in the morning, and oh, there you go. So this shot and the previous shot are 6 minutes apart. So this was shot in 5:04 in the morning, I believe it was. I didn't put it down in my notes, but anyway, you see the difference in the light. In the early pre-dawn, you're seeing some more pastel colors. You're seeing some magentas and some pink hues. And I think I used no filter on this one. And on this one, I use a 10 stop to really smooth out the water and just make it look like a glass-like reflection. But now you're seeing the sun hitting the peaks of those mountains, and it's creating these shapes, these almost triangular shape, and kind of like an X2 with a reflection. So it really draws your eye towards the center of the image. But again, 6 minutes apart is quite a difference in the image, and the quality of the light and the quality of the image itself. Now, going back to this image, I'm putting here as a side by side. So the image on the left is no filter. The image on the right obviously has a filter, and it's a 15 stop filter. So this really demonstrates how much a filter can affect your shot. That's quite a dramatic difference between the shots. You might prefer the one on the left. You might prefer the one on the right. That really, again, it comes down to taste and what you prefer. But this is what filters allow you to do. Here's another example of being able to shoot midday and still be able to get these really long exposures. Now, this is virtually impossible without a filter. If you don't have a 15 stop filter or a 10 stop filter, you're gonna have a hard time getting these results. No matter if you stop down your lens to f/22 or even some lenses f/32, you're not gonna be able to get the exposure length that you need. So this is where filters are just mandatory. Unless you stack your, there's post-processing techniques that you can do, and I've seen them, but I prefer to get it in camera. I don't want to fiddle with the camera, with the computer any more than I have to. So if I can get it in camera, I'll do so. Now, graduated filters, it's grads. Let's see, I don't know if you guys can see, you can kind of see it there. Let me grab this right here. So these are graduated filters. So basically it's dark on the top, and it gradually becomes lighter until that there's no effect at the bottom. What these do is they help balance the dynamic range in a photo. Oftentimes you'll have really bright skies and darker, land, darker foreground. So how do you mitigate that? You use a graduated neutral density filter. And they come in, this is a soft grad, so it's very gradual. Then this is a reverse. I have a reverse here, which it's, you know what? Actually, I have a slide that is going to talk a little bit about it later. So let me move on to the next one. This is the soft. So you see in the image right here in the bottom right, that's the actual filter itself. The gradation is longer and smoother and a lot more gradual as opposed to a medium, which is, here's the medium. So you see the gradient, it's a little shorter, so it's more abrupt. This is good when there's not a lot of stuff, protruding out of the horizon line. Otherwise, if you use it on something like this image here, the transition between the sky and the foreground, the midground in this case, is going to be too evident. So that how much it falls off, that feathering is going to help seamlessly. It's going to seamlessly help with the dynamic range of the image. I'm not explaining that correctly. Let me start over. So the more gradual it is, the smoother that transition is. So it's not abrupt. Here, this is a hard GND. So the part that's graduated is a lot more abrupt. And this is, you only want to use this when you have a clear horizon, such as this image right here. Seascapes with nothing coming out of or popping out of the horizon line they're ideal for that. If you have a mountain or a building, it's going to look off. It's not going to look right. So this is when you would want to use a hard graduated neutral density filter. This is a reverse. So I mentioned it earlier. What this does, it's similar to a regular grad. However, the top, it starts off at the bottom here in the middle, where it's very abrupt shift between dark and no filter at all. But the higher up you go, the lighter it gets. So whereas a standard graduated filter, it's dark to light. This is dark to light. So it's useful for setting suns or sunrises where, obviously the sun is the brightest part of the image there. But you don't want to completely darken the sky either. You want to make it look more natural. So a reverse grad is going to help you achieve a much more natural transition between your highlights and the bright spots of the image. And it just helps you balance it out much, much better than a standard grad does in this particular situation. So this is without a reverse grad. This is with. So it's a pretty drastic difference. Again, another one without and with. So big difference there. How do you use it? Very simple. You slide it up and down. It's not rocket science. You have your filter. You got your filter holder right here, and you slide it in, and you adjust it to wherever you need it. I have other filters on here, so it was a little difficult to see, but you get the idea from the illustration right there. Very simple to use. Now, the CPL is usually the one that you're always going to use the most. Oftentimes, it's a lot of the times the only filter that I use, unless I'm going for a very specific look. But what that does, it really helps remove glare or reflections from anything that's not metallic. So water or anything wet, it's really going to help clear it up. So let me show you before and after. So the one on the left is no CPL, so there's a lot of glare. But the one on the right, it cleans it up, so you can see the bottom of the ocean there, and it's a much more pleasing image to look at. Now, sometimes you want the glare, so it really depends on what your vision is and what you're trying to convey in your image. Again, going back to the brightest part of your image is where your eyes naturally going to go to. So maybe glare might be good for whatever image you're taking at the moment. Maybe it's not. But the point is, you want to have this at your disposal to be able to make the right choice and get the most out of that moment. Now, planning your shot. This is where I failed earlier in my Washington trip, where I failed to plan. I failed to follow my own advice. But the internet really is your best friend when it comes to this. Google Earth is amazing. You can really get an idea of the topography of the land by simply just going to it virtually first, and it really helps you get an idea of where you want to be, where the sun's going to rise, in conjunction with Sun Surveyor. So this is another app that I use that helps me figure out where the sun's going to be at any particular time of day. It also helps you figure out where the moon's going to be at any particular time of night. It helps you with figuring out where the core of the galaxy is going to be also. So it's very similar to photo pills. I know that's another very popular app that photographers like to use. There's another one, the photographer's ephemeris, I think it's called. So whichever one you choose, they all pretty much do the same job, and they help you plan your shot. So Google Earth, Sun Surveyor, they're very good tools to use. Clear Outside is perhaps one of the most used ones for myself personally. It gives you total cloud coverage, how many low clouds, the medium clouds, and the high clouds, gives you visibility, gives you fog. It gives you a lot of information, and oftentimes it's very accurate. And what you want to look at is high clouds. High clouds are the ones that really give you a nice burner of a sunset or sunrise. So the more high clouds you have, the better. But you don't want to have too many, then it's gonna pretty much block out a lot of the light too. So it's a balance. If you have a lot of medium clouds, despite the fact that you have the perfect amount of high clouds, those medium clouds is going to block that light, that color. So you adjust to those conditions. So you go. So you swipe through it, and then I live in Los Angeles, so we don't have a lot of cloudy days here. So as you can see from the illustration there, YR is another one that's very similar. It basically it's kind of gives you a visual representation of what the sunset or sunrise might look like. So it's very similar to Clear Outside, but a little bit more visual. But the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray, and that I have found to be 100% true. Every time I go out, I have an idea of where I want to go, what I want to shoot, only for nature to just say, nope, that's not going to happen. So what do? You shoot to the conditions. You don't want to box yourself in. You don't want to just, throw your hands up in the air and be like, oh, well, didn't work out. No. Experiment, break out of the box, shoot with a telephoto lens. This image here, we were driving up to Yosemite right before all of this chaos happened, actually. And again, it was a very foggy day, and we were driving in and through the fog, the mist. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. And I was just waiting for an opportunity to be able to pull over. And the moment that I saw it, I pulled over right away. I nearly gave my mother-in-law a heart attack when I pulled over because the dirt was very, very loose, very muddy. And so I kind of, I braked a little hard, and the car kind of skidded, and you can hear the gravel and dirt and all that stuff kind of just grinding against the brakes. And so, but I needed to get that shot. And so ran outside, pulled out my camera, threw on my 70-200, racked into 200, and I shot this. And it's a small vignette of nature. Landscape photography doesn't always have to be this grand vista. Oftentimes I find a lot of beauty in just kind of honing in on a tiny area of nature. So again, having fun with it. You never let your expectations dictate your emotions, if that makes any sense. So if it doesn't pan out the way that you anticipated it to, you adjust. So another option you have is also to create your own conditions. So this is a 1,785 second exposure. That is 30 minutes. And this particular day, the conditions weren't exactly that great. They were kind of, there wasn't a lot of clouds. It wasn't that interesting, but I wanted to really do something. We were out, and so what I did, I stacked two filters. I got my 10 stop and my 6 stop, and I stacked them together to create this. This is Toes Beach here in near Santa Monica, and by looking at it, that looks like fog, but that's the ocean. And there are some downsides to going with such a long exposure. One of them being you get a lot of hot pixels, and that took me quite some time to edit out. Altogether, it was 2 hours of editing those hot pixels. So if you're not prepared to do that, you might not want to take such a long exposure, but you know, I did. So in this instance, I kind of created my own conditions, and that's what landscape photography really, or long exposure photography helps you to achieve. So, you know, it helps you break out of the mundane. And if you have something in mind, oftentimes those filters will help you achieve that vision. So I'm running out of time, but again, be opportunistic. Don't be concerned with making time, rather take the time to enjoy the journey to your destination. So this shot right here, we were driving up to Mammoth Lakes on Highway 395, and I saw these horsemen with their cattle and everything. I went past them, but my wife said, no, pull over, turn around. You're never gonna see this again. And sure enough, she was right. So I pulled over, I got these shots, I spoke with them, and it was a very cool experience. So be opportunistic. Don't box yourself in. Hanging out of the side of the passenger window. Took this shot with my 7200. So we're nearing the end here. So shooting astro, you know, general guidelines, you want to increase your ISO as large of an aperture as possible. Focus on a star with live view, and then, you know, just you play with the exposure length. If you want star trails, you go for a very long exposure. If you don't want any movement, you go for shorter exposures, and that's where ISO comes into play. And this is our natural night filter. It kind of helps kill some of the light, the ugly yellow light that you get from city lights. So this could be very useful to astrophotography as well. I was going to talk about quick tips, but we are pretty much out of time. So I want to say thank you for listening. And if there's any questions, I don't think we have any time for questions, but if you do, you can email me at sales@nisiopticsusa.com. I'll be happy to help.
Okay, Roger, thank you very much. So we're going to open up for questions right now. I actually had a handful. I got people texting me as well, watching this on other sources.
Very cool.
So when you were going through the filters, one of the first questions that always comes up, and I get this a lot, is can you stack filters?
Yes, you definitely can stack filters. Depending on the filter system that you have, like our S5 system only has 2 slots, but the V6 system has 3 slots. So you can stack up to 3 ND filters, 2 ND filters, and 1 grad. So yes, it is. They're stackable, and you won't get any vignetting with the V6 system. What you want to keep in mind though is when you're doing such long exposures, which I actually failed to mention, is you want to block the viewfinder. When you're doing anything over a minute long, you run the risk of getting light leaks through the viewfinder, and that will absolutely ruin your photo.
I'm assuming that's not the case if you are using a mirrorless, though.
Yes.
Yeah, so for
Yeah.
those of
Yeah.
you who don't quite understand that, with traditional DSLR style photography, there is actually a prism that has the optical view that runs through the actual lens, whereas with a mirrorless camera, there is no prism. So you're effectively looking at a screen when you look through the viewfinder, so you won't really have that problem per se.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Another question is, can you stack a polarized filter with a gradient filter?
Yes. Yes, you can. So let me show you real quick here. So this is the V6. I have the polarizer on here right now. You turn it with the knob right here on the side, and this is my old V5. Actually, here's the V6. Here's the V6. I already have 2 filters here in place, and then if I want my grad, it's a little hard to do it when it's not on the tripod. There you go, and there it is. And so you adjust the polarizer with these knurled knobs in the back without having to affect or mess around with anything in the front. So our polarizer is at the very back, closest to the lens, and there's, it avoids vignetting and all that.
right at the beginning, you were talking about the rule of thirds.
Mhm.
This always seems to be one of these sore points for a lot of people for some weird reason.
Uh-huh.
But when can you break that rule, and when should you stick with it?
If you don't know why you're breaking the rule, you probably shouldn't break the rule. Again, I kind of talked about it a little bit in the presentation where I let light dictate a lot of my choices. And so what the rule of thirds really does, it just helps create a balance to your image. Um, and if you can create balance without the use of a rule of third, then you can absolutely just go ahead and ignore it. Um, an example was the shot of that ship that kind of looks like a big old battleship, and then the clouds and the storm clouds and all that stuff. Didn't really. I pretty much ignored a lot of the rules there, uh, but the ship itself had so much pulled in the image because of where it was placed. You had the light in the center, the clouds. It was very vibrant, and then you have this little, ship in this massive ocean that just sucked you right in. So if you don't really know when to break it, it's better to kind of just play it safe and use the rule of thirds. And then when you get home, examine your image and think, oh, okay, maybe I could have done this a little better. So, that's it's kind of a tough question to answer without really being in a specific scenario or being hands on. But I hope that kind of helps answer the question.
Um, this is another question that is more about the filter system itself.
Hmm.
Um, how do we actually attach it to our camera? Because a lot of some of the systems that I've seen before in the past, where it uses a matte box or something like that, have like rods and rails and things like that. How does the V6 attach to a camera? I mean, what happens if I have a different lens? If I had a 70 to 200, or if I switch over to a fixed 50, etc.
So that's the beauty of the V6 system and even the S5 system. They have a lot in common, but the V6, it's very modular in the sense that you have two main pieces really. The main adapter, which is 82 millimeter thread. This will attach directly to any 82 millimeter thread lens. If you have a lens that's 77 millimeters, we have step up rings or step down rings that will attach the main adapter to it. So uh, my this, for example, this is a 77. So I put on the adapter. Oh, sorry, put the adapter on, and then I put the main adapter, and then it attaches to it. And the V6 kit comes with a 67, 77, and a 72 adapter rings. So it's covering the majority of high-end lenses right out of the box. So it's all driven with adapters. Does that kind of
Yeah,
help?
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're kind of pushed for time right now.
Yes.
So we're going to have to try and end it there. If you guys do have other questions, feel free to email us. You can check out our website, WHCamera.com. We are currently running a 15% off on all NISI products for, I think it's up to 2 weeks.
Yes.
All the information is on your screen. So I'm not sure which side, it's probably on that side now. It says YouTube 15 is the coupon code that you'll be using. Feel free to give us a call. If you have any questions, feel free to direct them to either myself or Roger at NISI Filters. And do you want to close out with your website and your contact information?
Yeah. You can see more of my work at rogerrosales.com. Everyone, thank you for listening. Stay safe out there, and thank you to Woodland Hills Camera as well. Yeah, and you can always email me at rogerrosales.com as well. So, and there's sales at nisiopticsusa.com.
All right. We'll be right back with Fuji. So, guys, take a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we shall be right back. Don't run away.
Hi friends, Michael from Fujifilm here. Today we're going to have a quick talk about Fujinon XC lenses. Now when you get into the Fujifilm X series lineup of cameras, one of the things you notice is a wide variety of camera sizes and body styles and price points and capabilities. However, one of the best things is they share is the same lens mount, the same X lens mount. Why is that good? Because there are over 30 different native Fujifilm Fujinon lenses to choose from super wide zooms to super long zooms, super fast primes like 1.2 and up. Okay, so pretty much anything you could ask for is available in a lens. In that lineup, most of them have the letter designation XF, okay, XF in front of the lens name, like XF 35mm. However, a handful of them have the letters XC. So what's the difference? Well, first of all, if you go online and start researching, you'll see there's a difference in prices. Sometimes by just a couple of $100, sometimes by about $1,000. But is there anything else? Well, let's start with these two. This is the XF 35mm f2, nice and small and compact. This is the XC 35mm f2. They look pretty much identical, right? The XC is a little bit lighter, but one of the first things you're going to notice is that the XF lens has an aperture ring on it for f-stops. The XC does not. None of the XC series of lenses have aperture rings on them. Okay, now what about on the inside? Well, with these two particular lenses, the 35mm f2s, they are actually identical. They have the same exact optical design. They're the same elements, the same groups. There is zero difference in terms of optical characteristics on these two lenses. That's really, really cool. Okay, so why spend more for the XF? Well, the reason it's heavier is it's all metal construction inside and out, okay? Whereas the XC has an outer body that's plastic and there's a lot of plastic on the inside. There's metal where it matters, but most of it is plastic. Now that's definitely going to come into play with the lens mount. So if you are somebody that changes lenses a lot, very frequently, you're going to want to go with the XF lenses because over time the XC plastic mount will start to rub down and might start to get loose. The other difference internally is the autofocus motors. So the XF lenses tend to use better motors. They focus faster, they're snappier, they're a little more accurate. The XC lenses tend to be a little bit on the lazy side for autofocus. Not bad, but they're just of less professional grade. The other thing is this one happens to be weather resistant, the XF35. The XC is not weather resistant. None of the XC lenses have weather resistance as part of their build. Let's take a look at some of the zooms. This is the XF 1655 f2.8. This is the XC 16 to 50, and it's a 3.556. All right, big difference in size here, right? Well, that's because this is a constant aperture, this is a variable aperture, so that's one of the reasons to explain the difference in pricing. So these have definitely different optical builds. They are not the same optically. However, one thing you do get with the XC 1650 you don't get with the XF 1655 is OIS, optical image stabilization. So this is a big, heavy, professional quality build lens, and it's perfectly great if you're a cinematographer or filmmaker that wants to use gimbals and tripods. However, to make this more user-friendly at an economical price, we put in OIS in this so that any of the Fujifilm X series cameras give you a stabilized picture when you're shooting video. So that's it in a nutshell. Don't be afraid of the XC series of lenses because they're really good. You'll be surprised. See you next time.
These are the moments that matter. These ones, right here. So take them in. Take the chance to create and dream and explore your world.
That's perfect.
Forge your own path,
Nice, awesome.
and above all, have the courage to challenge, to dare, and defy. Chase greatness. This is your moment, this is your vision, and this is your world.
All right, we are back now with Michael from Fujifilm. He is going to be talking about the XT4. So if you guys have questions and you want to see some cool stuff, then save the questions for the end. We will be doing a Q&A. So I am going to open the floor up to Michael, who is going to hopefully just knock your socks off.
That's figuratively speaking, Simon, right? Not literally. We're not going to knock anybody's socks off literally. Thanks for joining us. I'm coming to you from Burbank, California, where it's a sweltering like 96 degrees right now. And this is it. This is the XT4 in beautiful silver. So I'm going to go talk through it, basically through a PowerPoint. And of course, you're going to hear me go into details about stuff. So I am going to start my screen here for all of you to see. Hopefully you're seeing that. And Simon, are we good? Yeah, okay. And so the camera will be a couple $100 more than the XT3. So this is the XT3. The XT3 was $14.99. The XT4 is going to be $16.99. But I'm pretty sure by the time I get through the next 30 minutes, you're going to feel it's really well worth the extra $200. I certainly believe it is, and that's not just a selling thing coming from me. There will be 2 kit options for the camera as well. You'll be able to get it with the good old standby 18 to 55, and that's a 2.8-4 lens. Very, very competent, small, compact lens, and that'll cost you an extra $400. Or you can get it with the newer XF 16 to 80 f4, which is also weather sealed, and that one also has built-in image stabilization as well. So even if you're not using it with a T4 and H1, you still get stabilization. That'll cost you an extra $500. So these are the highlights of the key features, just a quick glance, but I'm going to go through everything in detail here. The layout of the camera, for those of you that are fans of Fujifilm X series, are going to see hasn't changed much at all, if anything. So this is the front, and this is the top of the camera, right? So everything still has a shutter speed wheel, the ISO knob, exposure compensation on the right, diopter adjustment, all those goodies. A couple of things changed with the I/O ports. So first I'll talk about the UHS-2 card slots. So it is still UHS-2, but they're simply, now they're side by side instead of top and bottom. And what we've added on this is a removable door. So the door for the SD card slot can come off. And that's handy when you're putting the camera in a cine cage. Some of the universal cages, they're made to one size fits all, and they don't let you open the door. So that's removable. Now, on the left side, there's under the drive mode, under the ISO knob, there's some additions. There's a new HDR mode that's right on the drive settings. You'll be able to go straight into HDR capture. There is now USB-C power. The micro HDMI port is still there that we've had on the other cameras. But I'm going to point out to you, if you notice, that there is a 3.5 millimeter microphone input jack there is no headphone monitoring jack on the camera body itself, not a 3.5. So to do headphones on the camera body itself, you'll have to go through the USB-C port. The camera will come with a small adapter. So you just plug into the USB-C port and it's a 3.5 millimeter out, okay? So in terms of basics of the big hits on what the XT4 is about, so it does in fact share the same sensor and the same processor as the XT3, but other than that, this is a totally different camera. So we have still at this point, we have not said officially when the camera is going to ship. It's basically in the spring and it's going to be soon. So I can tell you that much, but the exact date has not been released just yet. So this is the highlights. We'll go into more details. So the big thing that we managed to do with the XT4 was to cram IBIS into it without making the body big and bulky. So the XH1 that came out about 2 years ago was our first foray into in-body image stabilization. And that was something that our engineers previously hadn't thought they could do. And they found a way to make it fit into basically an X series camera. Well, now they made it fit into a T series camera, right? So it's 30% smaller and 20% lighter than the IBIS unit in the XH1. So that means this camera is very skinny. It is not as big and bulky as the XH1. So I'm going to get out of here. Let me see the next slide. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here for a second and show you a comparison to the T3 in terms of body size. So the T3 is the black one and the T4 is the silver one. Okay, so as you can see, it is barely thicker on the bottom, okay? The most noticeable change is actually here in the grip. So the grip is a bit fatter and a bit wider, and that's a good thing for a lot of people. They wanted that. But let's go back to my share. Right, so the IBIS took up some more space, but not much, but it's much improved, and you get up to 6.5 stops of performance. There's also, along with the stabilization unit, a completely rebuilt shutter. So still focal plane shutter, and you still will have electronic shutter option. But there's a completely new shutter that now has twice the durability reading for the XT3. So on the XT4, the shutter is guaranteed for 300,000 actuations. That's totally pro level. This is a really beefy piece of engineering. All right. But also what's nice about it is it's really quiet. There's almost no shutter shock. I mean, when you are shooting this thing, you won't feel anything in your hand. And it upped the FPS to 15 frames a second mechanical. So if you look at some of the more recent camera announcements that came out from some other manufacturers that are touting their improvement, FPS at 15 in mechanical actually bests those other guys. So we have really gone state of the art with that. So I'm going to do a little demo for you in terms of how quiet it is, because I believe you're going to want to hear this. I'm going to get out of my screen share again. I've got right here below my chin a nice big fat mic, all right? So you have to trust me when I say it's only about 6 inches away from my chin. So here's an XT3, and I have a 16 millimeter lens on it. I have an XT4 with a 16 millimeter lens on it. I have both of them set to 1/25th of a second and both a continuous high. Now, continuous high on the T3 maxed out at 11. Again, this is mechanical shutter because I want you to hear it. So 11 FPS mechanical on the T3, 15 FPS mechanical on the T4. So nothing up my sleeve. I'm going to put the camera right here, right on my chin. So it's just inches away, and have a listen. I'll stop. Here it goes. All right, that was the T3 and T4. I don't know if you can even hear that, but I mean, remember, this is now only 3 or 4 inches away from a microphone. Okay. And you can barely hear that. So imagine, you're a wedding photographer, an event photographer, you're either shooting like an orchestra concert, right? Or obviously a wedding, you don't want to disturb people. You can still be a mechanical and nobody's going to care. Now, why does mechanical shutter matter a lot? Well, if you're shooting corporate events now, or if you're, say, an on-set movie or television photographer, as there are a lot of in LA, there's so many things now being lit by LEDs, or there are video walls behind people. And this is now very, very popular with concerts and in corporate presentations, where you've got video walls, LED video walls behind the speaker. So electronic shutter, which is, be silent, but electronic shutter can cause banding issues. You can get some weird streaking artifacts with those LEDs. With a mechanical shutter you won't get that. So having something that's that quiet that gives you the mechanical shutter option is definitely a great thing to have. So let's go back to my presentation here. Now there's going to be a new battery. All right. Now, all of you that have had the T1s and the H1s and the Pro 3s and all that, I know all of you are groaning right now, right? Well, maybe not. Some of you, I'm hoping, are standing up and whooping and hollering and cheering, because this battery is 50% more life than the NP126 batteries that we've been using for a while. So the W126 batteries that we've been using for a while. So it's a little bit fatter. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, this is it. It's got a different look to it. All right. It's the same voltage, 7.2 volts, but it's much more current. It's a much heavier duty rating. So it's only going to be $70, but there will also be a new charger. I'm actually more excited about the charger than I am about the battery. So it is a dual charger. Excuse me, also $69. It has an LCD readout on it, so you'll be able to see the percentage rating, knowing how far you've got to go on your batteries. And that charger will run off of the same USB-C adapter that comes with the camera. So the camera comes with a high amperage USB-C to AC adapter. It's much, much beefier than what you charge your phone with. Okay, your phone charger is pretty wimpy. This one is really, really got high current output, and it's designed to be able to charge your camera, charge your battery in the camera through the USB-C port. Okay, so you can charge the battery, or you can use it with the dual battery charger, and that high current output makes it go faster. All right. The dual charger does not come with the camera. It's an accessory. No, but I think having a better battery is actually a good thing. So there will, of course, because the battery is completely different, there will be a new vertical grip. The vertical grip looks virtually identical to the T3. It's not that different. It's just a little bit fatter because the battery being wider, so it's a little bit taller. But overall, it's very, very comfortable still. It's going to be $329. And it will hold 2 batteries at once. And now when you have the grip attached to the camera and you plug the camera into the USB-C, right, for the charging, it will charge all 3 batteries at once. So it will charge the camera and the vertical grip batteries at the same time. The vertical grip also will get the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack. So if you don't want to use the little USB-C connector, if you're a heavy duty user and you're shooting events, concerts, weddings, and you really want to monitor through headphones, and it's going to be a long running event, when you get the battery grip, then you'll have the headphone jack right on there instead. So that way you can run AC extra power into the camera with the headphone jack coming out of the vertical grip. So this is new for us. Some other cameras have had it for a while. It's a little bit different. Some of you may not like the way it's changed, but I definitely think it's really nice and it's a good implementation, and we needed it. So there is a new LCD on the camera. So it's higher in resolution that was on the T3. But the good thing about it is now it's completely flips around all the way. So I'm going to show this to you. If you can see that, if you see catching the reflection of the light, this is a hard plastic surface on the outside. So when you want to throw the camera into your bag, you can just do it this way. You won't scratch it. But now you can just, so you flip it out, and then this is the LCD, put it in, and so there it is, normal operation, okay? Or ta-da, you flip it forward, and now you can see yourself, okay? So the other way, then you can also do it this way. So now you can do it for vertical orientation, overhead and underhand. You can still operate with the LCD oriented whichever way you want. So a couple of other things. So we can do up to 30 FPS. That's with electronic shutter, and it's blackout free. Because of the extra, again, even though it's the same sensor and processor, they've put in some extra parallel circuitry, and they've changed the software inside, the algorithms, and all the way the memory is allocated. So there's no blackout in the viewfinder. It's absolutely astonishing. The autofocus, now it's still phase detect autofocus, is still the same sensor, but by way of new software, it's now sensitive down to -6 EV. So we're talking really, really, really low light. And again, this bests pretty much any camera out there on the market at this point. Super fast AF acquisition, face and eye detection are just incredible. We'll show you some with the video in a minute. So quick comparison overall on sort of the hardware and the firmware differences. You can see all that for yourself. The in-body stabilization, much, much better. I'll show that to you in a second. So here is some video showing you the face and eye detection of how much better it is. This is our Fujifilm buddy up in Canada, Billy. So you can see it was cold up there when he shot it, but have a quick look at what goes on here, the way it tracks his eye. I'm just gonna play that. He turns away, he looks back, it's still on his eye. He walks away from camera, he keeps going farther and farther. And if you look, his head is really, really small, and yet it still stays on his eye. So let's play that back again. So he turns sideways, looks back at the camera, it captures his eye. He's walking back and it's still tracking him. All right. Very, very good. Very good performance. So here's another one. Now, this is what's called the wide tracking mode. So this is now where it's not face detection. It's tracking whatever object is closest to the camera, and it's using it corner to corner. So from the entire sensor, it will follow whatever it is you want it to follow. So here he is standing in the middle. So let's have a quick look at him moving around. See, the box stays on him. He's going to move left and right. He's going to go out of frame, completely disappears. He comes back, boom, it picks him up right away. Now, I want to play that again. I also want you to watch. I'm going to try to pause it at some point here. So he's going to start moving back and forth. And he's going to go out of frame. And I paused it. If you look right there, you notice the focus went to the background. It says, hey, there's nothing else there. So it very quickly went to the background. And then as soon as he walks back into frame, it grabs him and follows him all the way through. All right. So really, really good, incredible AF tracking performance. So in terms of still functions, basically photo functions, there are now 3 different auto white balance modes. There's the usual one, but then there's 2 where you can sort of determine whether you want to prioritize the most clean and neutral look, or whether you want to prioritize sort of an ambient look where it's a little bit warm. There are now tone curve adjustments. So there's the highlight shadow adjustments that we've had, but now it will display it as a tone curve so you can see exactly what it's looking like. We've had in-camera raw processing on a lot of our cameras now for a long, long time, which means you shoot raw, and then you're sitting at a coffee house, you're killing some time, and you want to go through and you want to play around with some adjustments and see what you can do with the files. Well, the XT4 will be able to give you 16-bit TIFF files. That's in-camera 16-bit TIFF anywhere you want. So you can really, that's cool. We've got some color chrome effect options that we've got. So there's a new battery age menu, which I like. So this isn't just telling you when your battery is losing charge. This will actually tell you when your battery needs to be replaced. Eventually all batteries go bad. So it tells you when your battery is reaching end of life. And some new Q menu settings as well. So we'll talk about video. This continues to be a really, really awesome powerhouse camera. Again, for only $16.99, it packs in a lot of features that you have to pay extra for on other cameras. So for starters, it will do 4K 60p 10-bit in camera. So that continues from the XT3. Now there's two kinds of 4K. There is regular ultra high def UHD 4K, and then there's something called Cinema 4K, DCI 4K, which is about 300 pixels wider. So it does both of those up to 60p 10-bit in camera. All right. What I really, really like here, this was a clever design change. So they moved, we still have the drive knob that lives here underneath the ISO, okay? Where you go from, single capture to burst capture to bracketing, stuff like that, okay? But we took the movie icon setting off of there and we moved it underneath the shutter speed wheel, which used to be the meter settings, okay? So what they did is we split this camera into two completely separate personalities. It's basically two different cameras in one. So there is the movie setting and the still setting, and those are completely separate memory banks in the camera. So when you're in the still shooting mode, you cannot even access the movie menus at all. When you are in the movie setting mode, you cannot access the still camera settings at all. Boom, you can't do it. So there's no chance that you're going to screw up your settings if you're going back and forth. So when you're an event shooter, you're a wedding shooter, you're a corporate shooter, you're shooting stills. Now you want to quickly capture some video. You just flip the lever with your index finger. You go into the other mode. You're shooting video. Want to go back to stills? Flip it back to stills, and you don't have to worry about your settings ever being screwed up. Really, really simple, really, very, very, very thoughtful. So some details on the cinema capture. One of the new things that we did get was we now have 240p capture, but that is for HD. So not in 4K. 4K maxes out at 60p, but in full HD, you can do 240p. So with a 24 frame per second playback, that's a 10x slowdown. Again, $1,700 camera. That's a really cool thing. So we added a new film simulation. I'm going to show you that in a second. We still have up to the 400 megabit per second internal data rate. For those of you that shoot in log, so we still have the Fuji log, F-log. We have now added the gamma assist function in the camera, though, which is I really like. So now when you're shooting in log, you're looking on the screen, it's so flat and it's muddy. Sometimes it's hard for you to get a good focus or something like that. It's hard for you to evaluate the lighting in the scene. So you can now set it to the F-log, to the 709 assist. So even though you're recording F-log to the card or HDMI to your recorder, what you're seeing in your EVF or LCD is the Provia standard film simulation. So it's got proper color and proper contrast on it. Resizable autofocus points in video. Before we were stuck with just one size box. Now you can make them bigger and smaller. That's something I've really welcomed. And simultaneous backup to both SD cards when in video. So both card 1 and 2, it will record to both cards in parallel at the same time, which is really, really helpful, a good time saver. The image stabilization is phenomenal. So like I said, you get up to 6.5 stops when you're shooting in still mode with virtually any lens. But this really, really definitely comes to fruition when you're shooting video. You can always get a gimbal, but a gimbal is going to cost you $300 to $1,000 extra. So we've tried to make that unnecessary. On top of the actual IBIS, which is the mechanical stabilization of the sensor unit itself, we've added digital image stabilization. And in some softwares, this goes by the name of something called like warp stabilization. Now, digital image stabilization actually happens post capture. And what it's doing is it's taking the actual video file and it's analyzing it for movement, and then it's moving the pixels around within the frame to make them stay centered. So because it's moving pixels around, though, it actually has to crop the picture in. So when you turn on digital image stabilization, you're going to have a 29% crop. But depending on what you're doing, it could be really, really worth it. Okay. So it's very, very cool. There's also something called the IS mode boost. So this is really, really amping up the stabilization, make it rock solid, rock steady. However, it's not recommended for any panning or tilting moves. This is when you're just standing in one place, trying to get a good close-up, say, of an actor or of a presenter on stage. So we'll take a look at a couple of samples from Tokyo of how that works. So this is the DIS only. So this is with it off, and you can see it's a bit stuttery, and it might actually be worse due to our streaming. I'm not sure. This is with it turned on. You'll see there's a slight crop to the picture. It's a bit smoother, and there's going to be a side-by-side that I'll show you. So you'll see that the DIS is ever so slightly tighter than when the DIS is off. Okay. So if we go to the next comparison, so this is the IS mode boost, which is different. So this is when you want a super rock solid thing. You're standing in one place, you just want a close up. So look at the right edge of the frame here in particular, where the edge of the mirror is, and you'll see that it doesn't float at all. It's just incredible. Really, 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 really good. So these are the new stabilization features that you'll get with the XT4. All right. So we're very, very proud of our film simulations because we are a film company. In still photography, we've had them all. And of course, you can shoot them in video mode. Several models back, we introduced the Eterna film sim, which is based on our motion picture color negative stock for movies. Okay, it was a movie film. It wasn't a still film, but it was designed for exceedingly accurate representation in a very, very, very gradual tonal scale. Very neutral, nothing punchy about it, just honest, really honest. Well, we added something new that I'm really in love with the XT4, and it's called the Eterna Bleach Bypass, which looks like that. So bleach bypass was something that I guess started back in the 60s, and it was kind of hot in the 60s and the 70s. And this was something you had to do in the chemical processing of your negative. And you would basically skip a bath in the processing. And what it would do is it would render your image very, very differently from normal processing. So this is the regular eternal look, okay, if it had been processed correctly. And this would be if you had skipped the bleach bath. So what you see is something that's very unique in that it's a combination of low saturation, but very high contrast. Usually those don't go together. Okay, usually you get high color and high contrast, or the other way. So it's a very, very unique look. I've been playing with this. I think it's unbelievably, really, really interesting looking in some situations, not for everything, but it's very, very cool. So that's basically it for what I've got right now. I'll stop my share. So you can look at me live and in color. And do we have any questions, Simon?
Gonna have to give it a second for the stream to catch up, obviously, because there will be a delay. So let me
No
just
worries. I'm not going anywhere. I'll have a sip of my fine Burbank water.
Oh boy. So actually, I've got questions right off the bat. I hate to say this. You know what I'm like when I see you at the store. I've got more questions than you could ever imagine.
You're one of my worst nightmares, Simon.
I know. As you can tell, I do a lot of video and film production, and that is the big thing for me. And right off the bat, the DIS, the IS, all of that, I mean, will that really eliminate having a tripod or a monopod for some people?
Well, I think the operative word you said there was some people. I would actually say some people, I would actually say most people, you can't beat, a physical support for absolute steadiness. Okay. Um, and where that really, really comes into play is, of course, when you're doing panning motions, because, when it's on a tripod, there'd be no vertical movement as well. So you can definitely get really, really good pans with this. But I'm not going to say it's going to replace a tripod support under every circumstance. No, and nor should it. It kind of depends on what you're going for. I mean, as you know, in current movie shooting, I mean, there are some directors that just love shaky cam. I
Mhm.
really can't stand shaky cam, but some people just feel it. It gives it, a heightened sense of awareness, and they'll just use it for long shots. So it all depends on your taste, but I definitely think it's phenomenal. It's phenomenally good from what I've seen, and what we've seen here. All this, and we're still not in final firmware, so this is still pre-production firmware, so I know it's going to get better by the time the camera actually comes out.
So one of the things that I love about Fuji cameras, and for those of you who wondered, I am actually a Fuji user. This is my GFX 50. I use it for both landscape photography. I do some portraits with it, and yes, I do astrophotography with it as well. I'm going to go into that in just a moment. Film emulation modes is one of these things that is just not familiar with most people. In fact, they don't quite grasp the concept behind it. So I mean, we've got plenty of time to kill here. So
Okay.
how would you define that to somebody who's not familiar with this?
All right. So if you look at your settings, your menus on other manufacturers, whoever they may be, all of them other than us, they have things for in your JPEG capture. They have things that go by the name of portrait, normal, faithful, neutral, words like that. All right. Um, they're nice, pretty words, but they don't really tell you anything. They don't have any information. So we are a film company. We have been for over 80 years. So we have the know-how to take the color science that we spent decades building into both the negative and color transparency film stocks on how skin tones should look, on how purple flowers should look compared to a violet flower, on the different kinds of blue in the sky, on the different kinds of green you get in nature. We know how to do that, and we know how to put that into the digital world. So what we did was we went and looked at the film stocks that we had, and we analyzed them very, very carefully. I say we, I didn't do any of this. I'm not a color scientist. The really smart guys back in Japan did this, and they created what are basically known in the jargon as lookup tables. Okay. And what these lookup tables do is they're very sophisticated color transformation matrices that take the color off the raw file and then, uh, you know, change them into different values for your destination color space. And so we have Provia, Astia, Velvia. We have one called Classic Chrome, which I can't say publicly what that is, but some of you can figure out what the old classic Chromes from another company were. There was a classic 64 that a lot of people were in love with for eons, right? So what these things do, or the Eterna, right? So what these film simulations do is instead of just giving you a meaningless word like faithful, we say Astia. And because the Astia Chrome film was definitely the most honest, accurate representation film stock that we had out there. Um, then there is like the negative standard, which is based on our Pro 400H colored C41 film, which is the like one of the go-to staples for wedding photographers. Why? Because it's pretty, it's delicate, it makes people look phenomenal. So if you're a portrait wedding shooter, put it in the NS film simulation. Now you're going to go, oh, I shoot RAW. Okay, that's fine. We're not here to tell you not to shoot RAW. However, if you haven't gone into Fujifilm, if you haven't bought a Fujifilm camera, find somebody that owns one, or when you can, get to a camera dealer and try one for yourself, or go on the website and look at some of the film simulations and look at the case studies and look at what people are saying. A lot of people saying are that, hey, I got my Fujifilm camera and guess what? I don't shoot RAW anymore. Or I do, but I find out I'm actually throwing the RAW files away and just sticking with the JPEG because the JPEGs are so screamingly fantastic. So we worked really, really hard to make the in-camera JPEGs look just terrific right out of camera so you don't have to do extra work on the back end. That was a long-winded answer, wasn't it?
No, but I mean, I think it's actually really important for a lot of new people in the Fujifilm system, because that is probably one of the biggest things, at least to me, that really pull in the clientele. It's weird when I have to get them off of one particular brand to introduce them to the Fuji brand. And it's always the common thing. They pick it up and go, well, the client's not going to think this is a pro camera because it's really small or whatever the case may be. And I said, look, the camera isn't what determines what makes you a professional. It's what the images you produce. And I have a prime example. We had a customer came in. He's a wedding photographer, landscape and other things like that. His primary thing is wedding. He picked up the XT3 originally, and I know he's going to be in the store at some point to get the XT4 once he sees it. And he got that exact reaction from the client was, this looks like a small camera. We paid for a pro photographer. So, you know, out he comes with one of his other competing cameras just for the sake of a show. He shot with the Fuji XT3. He went through some of the film simulation modes. The client was floored. And I gave him some literature on purpose to say, look, take this with you. You're going to need it. And he remembered that, and he pulled out the pamphlet that showed the film emulation modes. And what happened at that exact moment was the client forgot about the camera and said, we want that. We want that look. That's the one we want. And it was for him, it was just like an eye-opener. And it changed his workflow. And then once you guys started introducing the video functions behind it, you could carry across all the settings to all of that. So here's part of a question here for you. When they developed the movie function behind it, you guys pulled out Eterna. What stops anybody from using any other film emulation mode?
Repeat that question again.
Eterna was designed predominantly for the video people or the movie style people. What stops those guys from using any of the other functions like Provia, Velvia, etc.?
Well, nothing. No, you can use any of the film simulations that we have in video as well. All of them. You don't have to use it only in the stills. They're all there in the menu. You can choose whichever one you want. Eterna, like I said, it was based on a movie film stock. So it was designed for video. It's very, very helpful in that it's looks finished right out of the camera in a cinematic way. But when I say looks finished, with you having to do a very, very minimal amount of what's called grading in the video world, which is basically just, you know, post-production that you would normally do in Photoshop or, you know, Luminar or something like that. So any kind of color adjustments and stuff. So it's designed for you to be able to shoot video and boom, get it right to the client right away, as opposed to shooting in log. So log gives you, you know, a couple more stops of dynamic range, but log has to be graded. It's designed to be graded. It's just really ugly, weird looking stuff. I have seen some stuff delivered in log straight out of cameras from all kinds of different acquisitions. You know, some once in a while an art director wants that because it looks so different. But it's not what it was intended for. It was designed to be only a capture codec. But you could say, but what you can do is, so you can capture the Fuji log to the SD card or an external recorder, and then capture the Eterna or the Astia or the bleach bypass or the Provia onto another device like the SD card internal or to your external device. You could have it, one could be F-Log, one could be the Rec 709. And that's the other thing, color space. We're getting into the weeds here. But the film simulations when you shoot video are in the Rec 709 color space, which is standard broadcast. The Fuji Log is in the Rec 2020 color space, which is more for HD, but that one is a much bigger color space. It gives you more room for post-processing. So did that answer the question?
Oh, totally.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people don't seem to realize that Fuji has a massive history in the film and video world, especially with the Fujinon lenses.
Mm-hmm.
Going sideways for a second, there's one thing that I noticed that you spoke about, the EVF with the +6 sensitivity. We just had NISI filters.
The autofocus, yeah, the autofocus down to -6 EV, right?
Yeah. So here's one important thing. We were talking about long exposure photography, and this does lend itself into astrophotography, but I'm talking about ND filters specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the GFX, I take a lot of landscape, and I do use a lot of ND filters. And this is one of the biggest things is I can still focus even with an ND10. Do you want to go into the viewfinder and some of the technology behind that, of why you can actually get away with doing that without having to unscrew the ND filter to focus, lock the focus, put it back on, and then try to take the shot, because people don't get that part.
I don't know how much I can go into how we do it. I mean, like I said, I'm not an engineer. It's just, I do know, excuse me, what I've seen, what I've had explained to me by the guys in Tokyo is, so you've got 20, you have 26 megapixels of capture, but in between those, there are the autofocus PD phase detect autofocus pixels as well. They're separate pixels. They live in between the image pixels. And I forget exactly how many, a boatload, okay? But they can actually not only look at the entire phase detect pixel as a whole, but they can actually split the phase detect pixels into individual bits of data as well. So, and then they can have the phase detect pixels not talk to one another, but they can look at the information from this pixel and the pixel next to it and the pixel over here at the same time, and compare the information that's coming from all three of those and figure out what's going on with the image. It's just all very, very, very high level processing going on. And I know it works. And you do astro, but as far as I know, coming back at least a couple of years ago, I think we were the only camera that could actually autofocus on a star field.
Right, that's right. You guys, even with the XT2, it was even around at that point. No other camera, I mean, cameras, some would focus, some won't. It just depends on the lens. But I've never found a Fuji camera, at least a modern camera at least, that does not focus on something like that.
And I mean, I don't know how it does that, because you're just looking at a bunch of little white points in a black field, and how does the camera know if that's sharp or not? Somehow it does. So,
So
you mentioned the EVF. I think I may have unintentionally skipped a slide or not, but I did want to say that the EVF on the T4 is different than the EVF on the T3. So all of our previous generation EVFs have been LCD screens. So they've been pretty good, high res, or 3.5 megapixels and stuff, but they're LCDs. On the T4, it's an OLED. Okay, it's an OLED screen. So, which is what you're finding on high-end broadcast monitors and a lot of higher-end TVs. You pay like $1,500 and up for an OLED TV now. But the OLEDs are being able to be brighter, better color, and higher contrast. So, and also is the faster refresh rate. So the EVF on this, I forgot, is completely different than what we've been using before.
Oh, wow. So yeah, I mean, for those that are watching, when it comes down to doing any type of long exposure with other competing cameras, the simulation or the exposure simulation will just show up black. But that's the thing about the Fuji system that I've always loved. I can still see everything. It gives me a good, accurate rendition of the lighting, even at ND10, which is just crazy to be shooting at ND10. I mean, it's like you don't see anything. So going into astrophotography, like I said, I've been using the GFX50 for quite some time. More and more people are starting to look at Fujifilm to do astrophotography. Was this intentional, or is this an accidental thing for you guys?
Oh, I have no idea on that. I think it's just, people have come to see that the sensors kick butt. Our image quality kicks butt, low noise, good color, honest color. Um, I think I'm not. I don't know on this one. I think some of them, the sensors do capture down into the hydrogen alpha line, so which is different than a lot of other camera makers. But I don't know that was part of the plan. I think it just astrophotographers have come to realize that we're a viable alternative.
Yeah, and I think people should not disregard Fujifilm as a camera company, which I think in so many respects has had a lot of unfair competition. And Barney, who is also somebody I talk to from Fujifilm a lot, one of his biggest sayings is, this isn't a spec war. This is about using a camera. And if you're looking at specs, you're never going to win that battle. But why choose Fujifilm over any other camera is obviously that thing that always customers asks me. I've got my answers, but I want to hear yours.
I'm not going to give you mine, because I'm going to give you what I've been hearing for years and years and years from customers at trade shows and dealers and stuff like that. Okay. And I cannot tell you how many times I've heard somebody say, you guys made photography fun again. Like, what? It wasn't fun before? No, they say, yeah, I don't know. There's just something organic about the way this camera operate. All of our cameras operate. The buttons are not super cluttery and, hard to navigate. The menus are simply laid out, and, they're just honest. The color output is honest, and just people have said that it's just fun. It's fun. I don't know. That's what the customers are saying. So I'm not going to give you my 2 cents, because, I've worked with the company now for almost 30 years. I've seen it all. But yeah. We're different. So I was going to say, you said unfair competition. It's not unfair. We don't care. We are not trying to do what everybody else is doing. We are marching to a completely different drummer. We're doing our own thing. And that's, I think, something that the people out there actually like, that we are just doing something else.
Real quick, the dial settings on the XT3 and the 4 has those letters on there. I think it says CHCLSC something. Mm-hmm. Everybody asks this. What do they mean? Just to give you a quick rundown.
So S is single. So, it's one shot. Press the shutter, one shot. CLCH, continuous low, continuous high. So low is like 3 to 5 to 6 frames a second. High is like, 10 to 15 frames a second, or even up to 30 FPS. So you can do up to 30 FPS with electronic shutter. Let's see. BKT stands for bracket. So there are different kinds of automatic bracketing things that you can do just with one press of the button. The camera will shoot multiple images. It'll shoot ISO brackets or white balance brackets or film simulation brackets. Let's see. ADV stands for advanced filter. And those are basically in-camera processing, I want to say tricks. But they're looks, they're stylized, they're in-camera stylizations, okay? Think of them kind of like, snap filters on your phone and things like that. What else? There's a new HDR mode, which means you go into that, you just have to hit the button once and we'll do HDR capture. It will actually do, a bracket of very, very quick bracket of captures. So fast, it's totally hand-holdable. Yeah, that's them. And then there's one like for panorama. Sorry, but.
Oh, that's actually a new one then, the panorama, isn't it?
No, panorama's been around. Let's see. It's on. Yeah, it's on the T3. It's all the way over on the right end, and it's still on the T4 as well. So that just basically you hold the button down and you sweep the camera across the landscape, and it's doing multiple captures. And then you let go, and it stitches them together. So that's what
Oh, okay.
panorama is, just like on your phone.
Well, I missed that. I don't have that on my GFX.
No, not on your GFX.
Electronic shutter versus the mechanical shutter. What's the difference?
So the electronic is the curtains don't move. The mechanical shutter is focal plane. You've got two moving curtains. All right. Well, actually, they move top to bottom to start and end the exposure. Electronic shutter is there's no curtain moving at all. It's open to light all the time, and then there is a very, very, very momentary blackout of the circuit right before and after it captures. So the photons hit the sensor, and then it dumps all that energy into the processing system, and it does it completely silently. So that is really, really, a great thing for like the movie set photographers and for wedding photographers and things like that. You need completely silent capture. The good thing about that is because there's no moving parts, you can go higher. So we can do 20 frames a second electronic shutter at full res, okay? Then we can do up to 30 frames a second electronic shutter, but that is with a 25% crop. So it's a reduction in pixels and it's a reduction in image size, but it will do 30 FPS.
So this is pretty much guaranteed no vibration in
No,
electronic
zero.
shutter.
Yeah, because there's nothing moving, nothing moving at all, right?
So again, that's like perfect for the astrophotographers out there who are very, very hypersensitive to any type of shutter flap of any description.
Well, and that's another good reason to switch to mirrorless, period, because you don't have the giant mirror that's got to go wonk, or you don't have to lock the mirror up ahead of time, or you don't need to put it on 10-second, timer or something like that. So, or you don't need to have a 40-pound tripod because the mirror slap. You can now go with a lightweight carbon fiber tripod instead. So.
Okay, connecting things like pocket wizards for strobe, external strobes and things like that.
Oh, it's completely compatible with all that. I mean, the hot shoe on here, it conforms to the standard ISO spec for hot shoes that's been around for decades. So you can put a totally simple older type radio transmitter that's just 2 pins, one in the middle, one on the side. I've actually still got a bunch of those. They work fine. Or you can use fully sophisticated ones that come from companies like Profoto and Godox and Elinchrom and things like that for, wireless TTL transmission if you want. So no issues at all.
What about the different lenses? Of course, it uses all the existing lenses with exception of the medium format lenses. Anything new coming out from the lens standpoint that would work well or lend itself well with the XT4?
There are some new lenses coming later this year. We haven't announced them yet, but you can see our lens roadmap. You can go onto our website and you can find the lens roadmap. One of the ones that everybody's sort of been talking about has been the 50 millimeter f1.0. So that's still a ways off. I haven't even seen it yet. It's going to be big and heavy, but there's people just absolutely drooling over the idea of a 1.0 lens. So, but by the end of this year, I believe we're going to be up to something like over almost 30 lenses, something like that. Yeah.
Last question that I have here. This is from a text. What about connecting the camera to a phone or to do remote trigger?
Mm-hmm. So totally simple. Download our, that you could always do third-party apps as well, but we have something called Fujifilm Camera Remote, and it's both for iOS and Android. Fujifilm Camera Remote. And basically then your camera has both Bluetooth and Wi-Fi both built in. So you set up a Bluetooth connection, and then at which point you can simply say, you know, go to your camera, and the phone will actually take complete control over the camera. You can set your exposure settings, your white balance, your ISO, all of that from your phone, see a live video preview of the picture on your phone. And then, of course, there is a release shutter button on the phone as well.
This is not any question from anybody, but it is a note that I love to tell people about the Fuji camera, the intervalometer. It's like a hidden feature. It's like the most hidden of hidden things until you reveal it. Tell everybody about it.
It's not hidden. What do you mean hidden? It's right there on the menu.
I know it's on there on the menu, but it's amazing how many people miss it.
I think people just aren't aware of it. Yeah. So we call it interval time shooting, and it's in the camera menu, and it's right there built in. You don't have to buy a third-party device that plugs in remotely, and you basically just tell it how many frames do you want, and how far apart do you want those shots to be shot. And then you can even set in a start delay. So if you wanted to start, you want to set the camera up at a certain time, and just have it automatically come on, you know, at 10 p.m. or whatever it is. You just tell it to do that. The camera will go to sleep and wake itself up at 10 p.m. and start taking pictures. So, but what the camera does, depending on the interval you have set, if the camera can go to sleep in between shots, it will. It will go to put itself to sleep, wait, wake itself back up, take the picture, go back to sleep. So battery life is definitely extended that way. Of course, if you're really doing hours long thing, like for an entire night, you're probably better off using an external power source to make sure you're going to last through the night. Although now with the new batteries on this and with battery grip, I don't think you'd have a problem with interval timer shooting lasting a full 8 hours.
You just actually brought up a really interesting point, and the feature behind that. It's got a USB-C connector, right? So theoretically, I could get one of these battery boosters, for lack of a better description, you know, the ones that you can use to charge phones with and other devices. I could actually plug that in to extend the life. Is that right?
Yeah, I think what they're called are power banks.
Yeah.
So they're basically big lithium-ion batteries, you know, but you don't. I mean, you could use those little ones that you carry around, you know, in your briefcase or in your purse or something like that when your battery runs out of power. But those, you know, the cameras consume a lot more power than your phone does. So they will run those dry pretty fast. So basically, we're talking about the larger power banks from things like OmniCharge and Anchor. You know, there's the two big names, and they have high current ratings. You know, they're able to deliver power for hours and hours and hours on end. So, and it just plugs into the USB-C. You still have to have the battery in the camera to complete the circuitry to make it work. So, but yep, that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's actually great. I mean, it's better than trying to figure out how on earth am I going to keep this thing running all night. I mean, this is more for the astrophotographers out there than anything else. This is one question that I've been asked via email. I doubt you're going to know the answer to this one. Pixel size of the camera. Do you know what the micron size is?
I have totally forgotten. I'm sorry.
So yeah, you can actually go Google that. Is the white paper information published yet on the T4? Because I know it's the same as the T3.
Yeah, well, it's the same sensor as the T3.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah, I just that's one particular spec I've forgotten. You know what? I wonder. Let me go through.
I really want to say it's like 3.45 microns off the top of my head.
I'm going to go through my PowerPoint here. Let's see. Keep talking.
Well, between me or you. Well, yeah. So no, I mean, here's the thing. I try to get more and more people to use the Fuji system for astrophotography. There is a really nice setting about it. Is you can do it's like the white balance. You can purposely shift the color more towards the red side of things on purpose in order to make it a little bit more sensitive. It's not changing the way the camera works, but it's giving a better perspective, because sometimes you take astrophotography pictures, they tend to be very blue and pink, if you want that red to bleed back in, you can actually put it back in camera, saves more of the processing. Did you find anything?
No, but yeah, it's 3 something, but I don't.
Yeah, I honestly think it was 3.45 microns, which is not so dissimilar to some of the other competing cameras out there, or even the actual dedicated astronomy cameras. I mean, majority of them are around the 4 micron size. Those will lend themselves great for shorter focal length telescopes. I would say up to 800 millimeters, because even with Fuji's system, you've got the 100 to 400, I believe. And you can also do the 2x teleconverter for that. That would get you to the 800 if you wanted to use Fuji lenses. Before we finish off, I do remember that you were showing me some cine lenses in the store once upon a time. I think you showed me a 135 and something else.
Yeah. I don't have one near me.
But you know which one I'm talking about. It's the white ones, right?
Yeah, they're called the MKX Cine Zooms. Those lenses exist in 2 different flavors. There's MK and MKX. And the MKs are for Sony E-mount. They also are available in M4/3 mount. But the MKXs were designed specifically, they are native Fujifilm mount. And those have electronics in them that enable you to read not only the distance info for the focus, but also the T-stop on them. So that's one of the differences with those lenses between the others, is those are actually calibrated in T-stops, which stands for transmission. So those lenses run about $4,000, but they are super high-end build quality. They are pure manual, everything manual. There's no autofocus, there's no auto iris on them or anything, but they're smooth as silk. They have 200 degrees of rotation in the focus ring, so you can do unbelievably precise little focus pulls. So when an actor is like this and the actor moves in like that, you can make that adjustment with a focus and get it absolutely perfect. And they're not very heavy at all. They're only about only about 2 pounds or something like that. So they're lightweight.
These are the moments that matter. These ones, right here. So take
kind of stuff. That's a bargain. There's 2 of them. It's an 1855 2.9 and a 50 to 135 2.9. So check them out if you're into movies and video making.
All right, we are going to finish here now because the next person is coming up. We're going to take a 15-minute break, so we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, everybody. Ciao.
These are the moments that matter. These ones, right here. So take them in. Take the chance to create and dream and explore your world.
That's perfect.
Forge your own path.
Nice. Awesome.
And above all, have the courage to challenge, to dare.
It's been said that it's what's in the back that counts, and it's definitely true that what's in your background can make or break a shot. Are you ready to start offering client sessions within a commercial studio, on location, or even at home for your photography or videography business? If you are, I know the list of essential gear can seem overwhelming when browsing through online forums and tutorials on how to get started. I'm here to tell you that one decision will be easy: choosing your backdrops. Savage Seamless Background Paper has been the ideal option for creating smooth, high-quality backgrounds for a wide range of applications spanning across the photo, video, art, fashion, and design industries for many decades. So why has Savage gained the trust of creatives worldwide over the years? Let's talk about a few of the main advantages of working with this unique product for photo and video applications. Savage Seamless Paper is one of the most cost-effective solutions for creating smooth and attractive backgrounds for portraits, interviews, and other video work. Clean, simple, yet vibrant background sets often make the biggest statement and are especially popular for fashion and commercial photography. Seamless Paper achieves this sought-after look easily. With 65 colors available, options run from the basics like white, gray, and black to the exotics and just about anything in between. Think bright fuchsia, soft lavender, and warm mocha, just to name a few. Color theory plays a huge part in set design for many photographers, and the background plays an important role in tying your theme together. By working with colored paper on set, you can give yourself a chance to experiment in the moment and build off new color theory ideas during a creative session and decrease extra editing work afterwards. Sizes range from about 2 feet wide up to 12 feet wide for select colors. The most common sizes used in studio photography are the 53-inch by 36-foot size, which is about 4.5 feet wide. And that's ideal for headshots and up to 3/4 body shots. The 107-inch by 36-foot, which is about 9 feet wide, offers more flexibility for small groups or models that require a lot of movement. Select colors are available in a mid-size of 86 inches by 36 feet, as well as an extra-wide 140 inches by 105 feet. For small tabletop and product photography, the 26-inch by 36-foot wide paper is recommended as it's the perfect size for shooting small products that don't require large studio space. This size is also the most economical option, making it great for cutting out shapes for use in art projects and displays. Savage Seamless Paper is thick and neatly core wound on a sturdy cardboard core. It sweeps out smoothly onto your set in seconds. No steaming, no prepping needed. And I know that's music to any photographer's ears. So how and when is seamless paper most popularly used? 1. To provide clean, professional-looking backdrops for headshots and portrait photography. 2. To eliminate distracting backgrounds for interviews and video work. 3. To create vibrant, creative sets for fashion and commercial photo shoots. 4. To create custom displays, art and craft projects, banners, posters, and even retail design. If you just got your hands on your first roll of Savage Seamless, we'll leave you with a few key tips for making sure you have the best experience with your new backdrop. First, store it in dry spaces. Check the environment of your storage and workspace for issues with humidity. Paper stored and used in humid conditions will absorb moisture from the air, which can form wrinkles in the material. Second, have a few clamps handy. Clamps are an important accessory for paper rolls. A full roll of seamless paper is thick and heavy, and if a user pulls it out quickly, the roll may continue to unwind for several extra feet. Secure a clamp to the top of both ends of a roll to keep it in place and secure. Clamps are very inexpensive tools that can be found at any hardware store. Third, sweep onto a flat, hard surface. Your paper backdrops can crinkle and tear once your model steps foot onto it if it's swept out onto a soft carpet or uneven flooring. This can cause your backdrop to go from seamless to unsightly. Fourth, clean your shoes first. Clean your feet or think twice about walking across the paper. Dirty footprints can show up in your images, especially with the light-colored paper. 5. Find a friend when handling wide rolls. Having an extra pair of hands can be very helpful in sliding your backdrop onto a support system, clamping and rolling it up evenly. 6. Store vertically. The recommended way to store backdrop rolls is vertically. This will prevent any sagging of the inner core that can occur over time if laid horizontally for long periods. This is especially important for the larger, heavier background sizes. 7. Recycle. Lastly, always remember to recycle. When it's time to roll out a fresh sheet of paper, cleanup is simple. A sharp utility knife is the best tool to help you cut a clean, straight edge, and just toss the used paper in the recycling bin and you're done. Next time you're looking for a cost-effective, professional quality seamless background or just love experimenting with colors in your creative projects, think Savage Seamless Paper. Visit savageuniversal.com to learn more.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Savage Universal, and today we are going to be talking about seamless background paper and probably a couple of other related products. Please save your questions to the end, and I am going to hand you over to Susie Taylor from Savage Universal. And for those of you who are probably wondering why would we be using backdrops, she's going to go into all of that and then go through all some of the crazy colors and stuff like that, and the backgrounds and how we actually use them. I suppose I could have done with one with my hideous background, but let's go with this.
Great. Hi, Simon. Thanks for having us today. It's wonderful to be part of this event. And hopefully I'll be able to answer all the questions that people might have about Savage backdrops. So a little bit about Savage Universal. The company began back in 1937 manufacturing mat board products, and it is a family-run company. It has been our pleasure to continue innovating in the area of photography equipment and solutions since those early days. And so we're continually coming out with great new products. Another thing, something very near and dear to our hearts is the welfare of animals and homeless animals. So we donate regularly to shelter volunteers who take photos of animals in those situations and helping them find a forever home. So those are our two main causes, our focuses, and we really enjoy doing it. A little bit about me. I'm a working photographer, and together with my partner, we own a studio here in Phoenix, Arizona, and teach photography and editing. I've been a longtime avid customer of Savage. So I've used Savage paper ever since I started shooting. And I'm really grateful to be part of the Savage marketing team, but the whole team as a whole. I've never had so much fun working with a company ever before, and I work with a fantastic team of people. Another question that I get commonly is, how do I say your name? So it's spelled funny, it's spelled C-U-S-I, but it's just pronounced Susie. So why are backdrops or backgrounds important in general? And the reason is that no matter what image we are composing, we're telling a story. And the background is either helping that story or hindering that story. We don't really want to detract from our story. So controlling your backdrop, controlling your background, helps you craft the message, the image that you have in mind. And Savage backdrops are great tools to help you do that. So we offer a wide variety of backdrop materials, everything from this really cool product called Translum that is a plastic translucent tool that you can use in a variety of different ways, to the usual things that you think of when you think of about backdrops. So you think of a muslin backdrop, or different types of cloth, or even vinyl. Today we're going to talk about paper, but vinyl is also a product that's real popular, and we offer that in printed patterns as well. So keep that in mind when we're talking about paper backdrops and the printed backdrops. We also have them in vinyl. So why would you choose paper? So given that we have a variety of backdrop materials, each one of those has distinct advantages. And paper in particular has some strengths that I think make it a great first choice in terms of backdrops. So if you're just starting out working in a studio, or you're just starting out controlling all of your light, going from a natural light environment to a controlled light environment and working with strobes or steady lights, things like that, paper is a wonderful choice to get started in that area. We offer over 60 different solid colors in our seamless lineup. And then we have 24 different printed patterns in our printed paper lineup. So you have all kinds of options. In addition, you're going to control the actual saturation and tone of your backdrop with your lighting. So you've got almost infinite versatility with just that range of choices to begin with. Our paper is non-reflective, and seamless paper is beautiful because you don't have to worry about wrinkles at all. Also, how else could you take a brick wall with you to your customer location, right? We will ship you one in a box, and you can unroll it and you can photograph your client in front of a brick wall. We have 3 different kinds of brick walls, I think, in our printed lineup, as well as weathered pine and a variety of other patterns. And it's just fantastic. So that's why we're talking about paper today. So here are some examples of seamless solid colors that really pop. And so this is just to kind of get your creative thoughts going. And I'm just listing 10 different colors here. And this is off one of our blog posts. Our blog on the Savage website is a wealth of not only information, but inspiration. So definitely check that out. Set aside some time and just go digging through all the different topics that are available and all the ideas that have been put out there by wonderful photographers. And these are just a few examples. Now, the printed backdrops that I mentioned are a wonderful solution for giving your image even greater depth. And this example is the Celebration Lights pattern. They're great for a photo booth environment, a photo booth type setup. And while normally if you wanted to get this beautiful bokeh of lights in the background behind your subject, you'd have to wait until it's dark and you'd have to set up lights in the backdrop, and then you'd have to throw them really out of focus with a real a lens that has a very wide aperture, so you get a real shallow depth of field. And it's not necessary with this. So this printed paper helps you get this really impactful result simply and easily. So some other reasons to choose paper is you can create a gorgeous sweep, meaning that you can eliminate that corner in your image where the wall meets the flat surface of the floor. And this has gotten more and more popular in photography, and it creates kind of that infinity feel in images where you don't see noticeable shadows that show the dimension of how far your subject is off of your backdrop. And a lot of times we do that on something called a cyclorama wall, where physically the corners in the studio are coved in, so there are no right angles. And it's actually very expensive to build a cyc wall, and you have to frame it all out and you have to mud it and everything. Well, if you do it with paper, not only is it affordable, it's portable, and when it gets dirty, you don't have to repaint it. So these are just some examples, a few examples of why a paper backdrop can actually be a great substitute for a cyc wall. Also, you can't take a cyc wall to your customer's location. Paper will, if it is cared for well, if you are careful with it, can literally last for years. I actually have rolls of paper that are several years old and that are used regularly. And we'll talk a little bit more about caring for it. So paper is also disposable and it's recyclable. So our paper is 75% recycled fiber to begin with. So it's already a green product. And when you're done with it, you can just tear it off, just slice off the end and roll it back up and toss it in your recycle bin. Like I mentioned, it's really portable and lightweight. And because the backdrop is so flawless, you don't have to spend a lot of time editing your image. If you're shooting out on location, you're shooting into a distance, you're picking a backdrop. Let's say you go and you shoot against a wall of a building or something like that. Later, when you get into editing your photograph, you may find um, imperfections and things on the wall that you have to go in and edit out. And if you did a series of images, you may have to do the same exact edits on that background because of that smudge on the wall or a nail hole or something like that on every single image. And you don't have to do that with seamless backdrops. So where should you begin? I would recommend for all photographers and videographers kind of starting out with paper backdrops to start with a handful of questions, answering a few questions about your photography. So first of all, who are your clients? Are you photographing for a company? Are you photographing children, pets? Are you photographing engagement couples? Things like that. What is the energy that you want to get across? Are you looking for a traditional formal kind of vibe? Are you looking for high energy, enthusiasm, trendy? If you're shooting fashion editorial kind of photographs, do you want to impart a lot of vibrance into your images, or you do want something calm? And how will you be lighting your subjects? Are you using natural light? Are you setting up your paper near a great big wide open window and using window light? Or are you controlling the light with studio strobes, steady lights, LED lights, reflectors, things like that? And then finally, how will your images be used? Will your customer be using, for instance, headshots that go on their corporate website? Do they have a color palette for their company that you need to stay consistent with? If you're shooting engagement photos, does your customer, your client, have a color palette that they favor or that they have in their home, that the final printed product could be kind of coordinated with their decor? So I would ask those questions. True neutrals are always a really good starting point for paper. And those would be the black, gray, and white. So I'm going to throw a few suggestions out there in this presentation for picking up, for instance, a handful of colors. And that's a good starting point, is just have a black, a gray, and a white. So about white. And I know that Simon gets this question a lot. Why do we have 3 whites? Well, the answer is a little bit technical. So we have white, super white, and pure white. I'm going to start with super white because super white has actually a UV brightener in it that enhances its reflectivity, its transmission of the light you're using. So if you light that background directly, you will get absolute white in your image. You will not have gradation of white, and that's wonderful for certain types of photography where you want those pixels to actually be at their maximum exposure. And so super white is your choice in that case. Regular white, our standard white, actually has a little bit of a color cast to it. So it is slightly warm. It works very well with skin tones. It also, because it's not quite as, it's not bouncing that light back like those UV brighteners do, you get beautiful gradations of color. So if you want to create a vignette, white is your choice. And pure white is kind of a middle of the road of the two. It is neutral. It does not have a color cast, but it also does not have the brighteners. And so you can kind of go either way with that, and it's a double duty kind of white. So those are your choices of white. Now, when you get colorful, why would you pick colors? Because neutrals are really popular. Gray background behind headshots is super popular. But you can really get creative with colors. And it really doesn't matter what type of photography you do or who your subjects are. Color is always a great choice to consider. So here are some triplets of colors that we put together just to kind of get your creative thoughts going. And some examples that you can check out on our blog site. We have a blog post called Getting Started with Seamless Paper. What colors do I need? So these are just suggestions. These aren't like official product sets. These are just groupings of colors that might help spur some ideas for what colors to start out with. And I always recommend having at least 3 paper colors on hand to cover the types of clients that you might need to photograph in the work that you do. So for instance, if you're a wedding photographer, the colors that are in the palette that I call elegance might be really well suited to your type of photography. If you shoot children, you might want to look at Oh Baby or Fresh or Berry Sweet. If you shoot headshots and you want kind of serious, very distinguished looking photographs, the set, actually I call distinguished, is a nice starting point. And all of these colors will give you some versatility and some options that you can offer your clients. You can actually say, I've got these 3 colors, what do you prefer? And then go from there. So these are just some ideas to throw out there. It's good to know a little bit about color theory. Now, color theory doesn't just apply to photography. This goes way, way, way back in art in general. So even the earliest paintings, you know, the great works, all the way up to today's big branded products that you see out in the marketplace, like Coca-Cola or FedEx. They employ concepts of color theory. So understanding a little bit about how different colors work together or in opposition to each other is helpful when you're choosing a backdrop. If you look at complementary pairs, and the word complementary is a little bit of a misnomer because we tend to think of complementary as being harmonious. And really, in this case, it means opposite. So red is the opposite of green, and green looks most vibrant when it's in the company of red, and vice versa. The same thing with blue and orange, and the same thing with yellow and purple. So purple looks most bright and vibrant against yellow. Conversely, colors that are in the same region of the color wheel, in the same area, so the yellows going into the yellow greens, or the yellows going into the yellow oranges, and leaning toward that red direction, but staying in that same little section of the color wheel, we call those analogous colors, and they tend to impart a little bit more sense of calmness or harmony. And you can use that to your advantage in your photos. Now, colors in and of themselves tend to, at least in the Western hemisphere, tend to be associated with different emotions or attributes. And so I've made a little bit of a list here. You can look through those. But for instance, we typically associate red with strength and love and high energy. We associate green with freshness and growth, renewal, and also wealth, because in the US anyway, our money is green. Purple can impart a sense of nobility or dignity, some mystery, some magic, things like that. So think about those color combinations. Now, when we talk about temperature, you might be familiar with light temperature, and on your cameras, on your whether you're doing video or still images, you're probably familiar with just the temperature of light, white light in particular. And so it can lean warm when we're talking about more tungsten or sunset golden hour light, and cooler when we talk about daylight. And fluorescence. So color temperature is important, but it's also important when you're talking about your backdrop and working within the range of your subject's skin tone or the styling of their clothes, things like that. So the model on the left in this image has a little bit more warm skin tone. She's wearing a warmer beige outfit, and that olive green background being on the warmer side of the color wheel works very nicely for that image. And similarly, the fellow on the right has a cool blue sweater on. His skin tone is a little bit cooler, and that blue paper backdrop is a wonderful choice for that image. Now, conversely, and we talked about complementary colors imparting energy, here are some images that are examples of putting a little bit of vibrance into the image. So the model on the left in the green dress, her dress really pops against that pink backdrop. And that's because red and green are complements of each other. Also, over on the right, the sisters in that photo, there's a couple of different sets of complementary colors going on. So you might notice right away that it's a purple backdrop, and the complement of purple is yellow. So the gal's sweater in yellow contrasts nicely with that. But also, she's wearing a pair of blue jeans, and those blue jeans complement very nicely with her sister's orange sweater. They both have cool skin tone also, so that purple backdrop really does help round out the composition of that image. And so those are some things that you can think about when you're choosing a paper color or backdrop color of any kind. So temperature isn't just limited to the colors, right? The range of color papers. It actually is something to consider when you're choosing a gray backdrop as well. So for instance, our suede gray has a little bit of warmth to it, and it's nice for people with warmer skin tones. Focus gray is our actual true neutral gray. It does not lean warm or cool. It is right down the middle. So it has equal elements of red, green, and blue pigment to it, giving you a genuine neutral backdrop tone. And it's good for any complexion. And then fashion gray leans slightly cool. It is also a little bit deeper, more dramatic tone. So we have a variety of gray papers available. And the reason is they come in different tones as well as temperatures. And here is a scary looking graph that I made that has all the color temperatures of gray laid out, and just to demonstrate to you why we would have so many different gray choices available. Now, right in the middle is black and focus gray and pure white, just to give you an example of where they would fall in relationship to the bluer or cooler grays and the warmer ones. So the warm ones are on the left and the cooler ones are on the right. And you can feel free to come back to this presentation later when it's posted and have a closer look at that. You can go to the blog post that we put up on choosing the right gray. So this diagram is in there, and you can look at all the swatches and learn a little bit more about it. Notice in the color wheel thing that I put up in the upper right, that the combination of red and green in the spectrum of visible light translates to us as yellow. So that's why the combination of red and green pigment in the paper really adds up to how warm is that paper to us, right? Because it's putting yellow into the overall tone of the or hue of the image of the paper. All right, so a little bit more technical, and I won't go too deep into this, but if you are a technical shooter and you are doing green screen effect or you're compositing, we have some wonderful options in our paper lineup for you to choose from. And these come in the wider sizes too. So we have the pure white, the tech green, the studio blue, and black that you can choose from for compositing and green screening. Now, green screening and blue screening are essentially the same thing, but green screen was kind of along first. And one of the problems with green screen is that you can get a little bit more color spill on your subject. Light reflects from objects all around us, and green screen can be hard to correct. But because green is really your sensor on your camera is most sensitive to green. There are more green in most camera sensors. There are twice as many green sensor sites on your camera sensor than there are red or blue, then technologically speaking, things like software applications and cameras work well together to pick out that green and sub in a backdrop during video. Blue screen or even a gray backdrop, if you go back, see the gray there, I would recommend those for still images, just because when you do have that color spill, it's not so hard to correct when it's blue or gray. That color cast is easier to correct. One thing to remember though is, if you can see my shirt, I've got elements of blue on my shirt. I'm in front of a studio blue piece of paper in the back. Now, if we were doing video and we were replacing the backdrop, it might look like there are holes in me because this blue matches the blue behind me. So keep that in mind. And that's another reason that when you're doing green screen, that you want to make sure that your subject doesn't have bright green clothing on either. So what size paper should you get? We have a variety of sizes. Our most popular sizes are the 53-inch width, which is behind me right now, the 86-inch width, which we've had out for a couple of years, and the 107. Now, the 107 is the 9-foot roll. It's probably what most people think of in terms of, when I get a roll of paper, it's a 9-foot roll, and that's what you see up in most studios. But the smaller sizes are very portable. So think about the type of photography you do, and then consider the size you need. If you're doing small product photography, or you're using the paper for crafting, or you're shooting very tiny little children, just kidding. The 26-inch wide paper, since it's only just over 2 feet wide, is really useful, and you can have a bunch of those on hand. They don't take up any space at all, and it's a great size. More often, we're using 53-inch or 86-inch wide paper for shooting individuals, and you can shoot a full-length individual shot with a sweep on a 56-inch wide piece of paper, on the roll of paper. Now, our printed papers come in this width also by default. So the 53-inch rolls are the standard width for the printed paper. It's really popular width. A couple of years ago, we came out with the 86-inch width paper, and that's because it fits easily in most any car. So if you need to take your paper with you and go to a customer location, then it will fit in your car without you having to leave a window down or something like that. And as far as how many people can fit on it, you can shoot comfortably 2 to 3 people on an 86-inch width of paper. 107 is most popular for studios, and that is the 9-foot roll, and great for groups. It's really the all-around most versatile or most useful size for studios. Great for pulling out a sweep, and if you have a model that moves around, like a dancer or a gymnast or anything like that, musician that you're photographing, the extra width will help make sure that you don't lose the backdrop as they move around. Now, we have an even wider paper width available in just select colors. So available in the super white, black, tech green, and storm gray, we have 140-inch width, and that also comes 150 feet long. So we offer the 107 and the 140s in 150-foot lengths for studios that go through a lot of paper, that are for special projects, things like that. So for instance, if you're doing green screen video and you're going to go through a lot of paper because, let's say, you're doing a movie or you're shooting a commercial or something like that, you can get 150-foot long, 140-inch wide, great big green screen piece of paper to work with that you can take anywhere and get it done. So that's a little bit about sizes. So some tips about working with paper. It's really important that you store paper rolls vertically. The paper can get wavy if it's not stored vertically. If you store it horizontally, whether you have it on the stand or not, it can get wavy. And so it's really important that when you're done using it, store it tight, wrap it up tightly and store it vertically. And keep it dry. Paper of any kind, it doesn't matter if it's wrapping paper, it will get puckered if you have too much humidity. So you can keep it in the plastic wrapping, put it back in the plastic sleeve if you need to. If you live somewhere really, really humid, make sure you keep it dry. Use clamps to keep it from unrolling accidentally. Um, and while you raise the uprights, you don't want the paper to shift and unroll. It can actually crease and crumple and stuff if you don't have good control of it. So make sure that you clamp your paper before you raise those uprights. And for wider paper, make sure that you have an extra hand. So have someone help you and raise the uprights at the same time. When you do sweep the paper out, make sure it's on a clean, flat, hard surface. Don't roll it out onto carpet, anything like grass, any surface where the paper is going to obscure unevenness, where if your subject walks out onto the paper, they could dent or tear the paper, or even possibly twist an ankle if if they're stepping on a really uneven surface. So I talked about preserving your paper and using it for years. And the thing that will help you do that is to make sure that it's kept very clean. Don't allow people to walk on the paper with dirty shoes. You can clean off your model's shoes every time before they go onto the paper. You can even apply a layer of gaffer tape if you're not able to get the shoes really clean. Just put a layer of tape on them and it will help keep your paper clean. That also saves you time when you have to go back and edit your images, so you don't have to edit out all those scuffs and smudges in every single frame you took. So it's a big time saver. Also, make sure that you secure that free edge of paper and don't allow it to move around. You don't want people tripping on it. It also, if you secure that edge, it's going to be less likely to tear, so you'll be saving your paper also. And you can weigh that down a number of ways. We have something called a leader bar you can clip onto the end, and that really helps preserve the life of your paper. But you can also just use gaffer tape and tape that paper down to the floor, or you can get a section of trim like baseboard trim and just put that over the end of the paper. It's really useful. And lastly, get really creative with paper. It is so flexible and is open to just your imagination. The limits are endless to what you can do with backdrop paper for creating your vision. And it's just paper, so we'll just make more, right? Again, recycle. When you trim off those used sections of paper, don't throw it in the regular bin. Make sure it goes back into the cycle and it gets to come back to us again in another color of paper. So you'll need a few accessories. We recommend backdrop stands, obviously, to hold your paper, but the smaller rolls can even go. The paper behind me is on a boom arm of a C-stand. So it's not even taped to the wall and it's not on a traditional backdrop stand. I have one of our new C-stands and I have an arm sticking out, and I just have the roll on the boom arm and the paper hanging behind me. But have a way to hang it. Make sure you have those clamps, some gaffer tape, a way to hold down your paper, and a straight edge. So get a utility knife for making those nice straight trims. And also store your paper vertically. So we have a couple of different products that help you store your paper vertically. We have a variety of other products available. So we don't just do backdrops. We also have lighting products for LED products, and as well as modifiers. And our modifiers also can fit traditional strobes. We have a whole new line of brand new grip products. So I mentioned that C-stand with the boom arm, and that's in your screen here in the lower center. We've got a double riser stand and a new rolling base and a variety of other products. And as I mentioned, we continue to innovate and try to solve the problems that you have as a creative professional. But don't stop with paper color. You can just go crazy with cool color effects. And we have a bunch of light tools that are 360 colors to them. So our RGB LED lights are fabulous fun. Check them out. The guest presenter that's following me does light painting, and you'll learn a lot more about light painting in their presentation. But come back to the Savage website and look at all the variety of products available, and contact Woodland Hills for information about what they've got on hand for you. And as always, you can reach out to us for more questions. So also, tons and tons of tips on our blog. Go to the blog at savageuniversal.com/blog, and then you can actually look by category and find all kinds of ideas for creative imagery and how you can use paper. And also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Tag us, and always reach out if you have questions, need a bit of extra support, or you need some more information on products. Don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
All right. Question and answer time, I think.
Yeah.
So I got a couple on the YouTube chat. I got a couple that were just emailed. This is actually a good one. This is kind of going back to which white to shoot.
Oh, sure.
And I get this in the store on a regular basis. I'm a fashion photographer, or I'm shooting for a catalog.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, catalog shots prefer to use white paper.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. I'm wearing a white t-shirt.
Ah.
Which white?
Now, it matters, are you picking out, are you going to cut out the backdrop? So if you're cutting out the backdrop entirely, then I would definitely go with the super white, because it is going to be ultra white, and backlight that so that it will contrast with the white t-shirt. Or you can shoot on gray. So you don't have to shoot against white. If you're going to cut that out, shoot against gray and then select the gray, and it will separate very nicely from a white t-shirt. What we typically think is white, like in a t-shirt, generally is not true white. And computers these days do a great job of telling the difference, especially when it comes to fabric.
Sorry, my cat wants to join in all of this excitement. Sorry.
No problem.
Without going around the same thing again, a lot of the times I've seen this personally with magazine style shoots where they do shoot that white t-shirt or white pants. What is the best way to actually be able to separate the subject from the background? Now, you mentioned that one of the backgrounds has the UV reflection on it and some don't.
Right.
So how do I make sure that the subject, and if I have to shoot against a white background, how do I make sure that that person pops off of there and I don't get two whiteouts, basically?
Right, right. Well, you'll play with your lighting just a little bit, and if you have to have an absolute white backdrop, you're going to want your subject not to be the same brightness as the backdrop. So you're necessarily going to light your subject differently from your backdrop in order to create that separation. If you backlight them slightly and don't backlight your white backdrop, you can also create that separation. But essentially, you need to make sure that one way or the other, you create a difference in the brightness between the clothing and that white backdrop. Otherwise, there won't be a separation. Does that answer the question?
Yeah,
okay.
I think it does. So the next one is, what size do you suggest for headshots on location?
Oh, I definitely suggest the 53-inch. Yeah, the size right behind me is 53 inches wide, and it's perfect. It's super portable. All of our papers come in that width. Every paper color we have comes in a 53-inch width, so you've got over 60 colors to pick from and 24 patterns. And you can grab an armful of those. I can grab 3 of these all at one time in one arm and carry them up the stairs to the customer.
Somebody was just asking, what is the leader bar called, and do you actually sell it?
We do. It is called the leader bar. And
Funny enough.
yep, yep. And if you go on the Savage website, you can find them. You can order them individually, or you can order a pack of 3.
And what are they made out of, just out of curiosity?
They are extruded aluminum, I believe, and they clip on, they snap on, and they are fantastic. We used to put gaffer tape on the free edge of the paper in my studio, and since we've been using the leader bar, it has really extended the life of our paper. And the thing is that it really is double duty because it serves as a weight. So when I lower the paper down from the roller from the ceiling, it weighs the paper and creates a really even surface. It is perpendicular to the floor, and it's just wonderful. It's like a counterweight on the end of the paper.
On one of the pictures that you just showed,
Mhm.
there was a system that showed 3 types of paper. What is that product that you've got there, and is it available?
3 types of paper. Should I go back through the presentation and try to find that one?
You can do. Let me make that screen the biggest. There we go.
Okay, I am not sure which.
Keep going back. I'll tell you when.
Okay,
Stop.
this one?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, so that backdrop stand, that's a great question. So that particular backdrop stand is called the multiple pole vault. And that allows you to hang 3 different rolls of paper up to 9 feet wide on that backdrop at one time. So on this example, we have 107-inch, that's the 9-foot wide, the 86-inch and the 53-inch all hung on that backdrop all at one time. So that product is a fantastic backdrop stand to consider when you're choosing your accessories. If you want to be able to switch between those paper colors, and we recommend starting out with 3 colors, maybe pick up the multiple pole vault and you're all set. You hang them, and when your customer comes in, you're not spending time switching out your paper. You just pull down the next color.
This is actually probably, to me, like a little untold secret about paper is
Yeah.
translume.
Yeah.
It's really strange how not a lot of people talk about translume, or let alone how to use it. But the reality behind it here is it's an incredibly powerful tool.
It is fantastic. Let me just go to, hold on just a second. Let me just go to, for
You might
some
have to
reason
share your
yeah,
screen
I have
again.
to
Yeah.
share one more time. So let me just, there we go. Let me just go to the end here. And I'll share this. I'm going to just pull up the image I have for Translum, and you can see. Oh, just a second. I'll just share this. Can you see that one?
Yep.
Okay. This product is so versatile. If you can see I don't know why I'm not able to show you the entire screen on this now.
It's okay.
Okay. But you can front light it, you can backlight it, you can create silhouettes with it. You also can use it to make your own scrims. So you can cut it up and put it on a frame and make a scrim. You can light it from behind and from a distance to make it to create a makeshift window, so you can kind of emulate window light with it. It is one of my favorite products. If you backlight it in the lower right hand image there, that subject is in front of Translum that is strongly backlit, and that will give you that absolute complete white backdrop. So Translum's one of my favorite things. It is, I believe, a couple of them come in 54 inches wide, and then we have one that's 60 inches wide. So they are wonderful products that come in 3 different densities. We have a light, a medium, and a heavy. So heavy being the most diffusion of light. They are different thicknesses, and that is a fantastic product.
And here's a great thing about this translume in terms of like using it from a creativity standpoint is you can combine it with colors, which I've done before in the past.
Absolutely. Yes,
And
absolutely. You can put those RGB lights and shine from the back there and do all kinds of creative stuff.
yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've used in the past is I will use one of the color backdrops and then set the translume. I mean, you do need a lot of space for this, and then set the translume further apart to give that backlighting. If you don't want that harsh backlight, you use the translume as a big diffuser, and then the background has like a hint of that color.
Yeah.
And you can create some absolutely amazing effects.
Wonderful, wonderful solution. Yeah. I mean, just your imagination, the limit is, only what your imagination come up with.
What about the clips that you sold that you showed? I believe you guys do a pack where you get a roll of tape and the clips.
Let me see if I can. I don't know where my controls went.
Sorry, we could just scroll through from the left-hand side. I'm pointing as if you can see what I'm doing.
I was just looking for my actual meeting controls. I somehow
oh, it's all good. We can probably scroll. Yeah, we could probably scroll through the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, sure.
I could have swore I saw it.
Yeah, I've got. Let's see. So we've got these. Yep, those clamps, and then we've got a kit actually that comes with a little bit of gaffer tape. I don't know if I have an image there, but those clamps, they come in 2 different sizes. So we have 6-inch and 4-inch. I recommend having a couple of those clamps on the riser of your backdrop stand and have that handy. I keep 2 on each side just to help when I'm raising and lowering. I've got it handy. I don't have to let go of the paper and go look, oh, where did I set down my clamp? I actually keep it clamped to the backdrop stand. And we do have a little accessory kit that includes the clamps with some short rolls of gaffer tape.
The background stands. I know we touched lightly on all of this, especially with the three roll system.
Yep.
One of the more popular products for us that we sell in store is the Porter stand. Do you want to go into a little bit more information for the people that do want that remote setup? They need to go to a client, so they need to know which stand is which one can hold what paper.
Right. So on our website, we have a variety of stands available. And if I can share my, let's see if I can go to my.
If we can you open up a web browser?
Yeah,
we can see it there.
Yeah, I'm doing that, and I want to make sure that you can see it.
Oh, we'll see it.
Okay. Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, I can see the PowerPoint screen right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to go to. I was just sharing PowerPoint, so let me see if I can switch that.
Oh, I saw something flash up briefly.
It popped up and said, do I want to leave the meeting? And I said, no, thank you.
No? Okay. Let me see if.
Okay, let me share this screen here. Okay. There. Can you see that?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, great. So we have a variety of backdrop stands available. I was mentioning the multiple pole vault stand, and that's this one down here on the lower left-hand corner. Here, the multiple pole vault that lets you hold 3 rolls at once. Now, the Porta stand is very popular. It accommodates, and if you look in each of these products, because we have a variety to choose from, you can see the specifications as to its weight capacity and its width. So this stand is great for up to the 9-foot rolls, the 107-inch width. This is a very sturdy yet lightweight and portable backdrop stand for those paper roll sizes. And it's a very popular choice. Now, if you really need to get up against a wall and you don't have enough room for the traditional tripod bases of your uprights, we have a promo background stand, which is more lightweight, but actually gets you right up against a wall. So if you're shooting, for instance, corporate headshots, a lot of times you're in a really tight office trying to shoot between, for instance, an executive's desk and their office wall kind of thing. That happens sometimes. This backdrop stand is a good option for the shorter rolls. It's more lightweight. And you don't want to put something real heavy because obviously the base doesn't have the footing for, big heavy paper, but that's another option. So the 12 by 12 background stand is suited well for not just paper, but also some of the other backdrop types that we have. So these backdrops don't just work for paper. You can also hang the other products from them. So the 12 by 12 background stand is a great solution for putting the muslin on it and other types of backdrops options that we offer.
Excellent. There is actually something I'm going to ask you personally because
Sure.
so for those of you who don't know who I actually work in the store, does all the colors that you guys have very odd names in so many ways? How does somebody actually discern what the right color is to use? I know we showed the color wheel chart with the opposite colors, but sometimes people will say to me, I need this. And it's very difficult to explain to them that, okay, if you need a very warm background, so they didn't give me a color, and this happens to me all the time, and they say, I need a warm color, I'm shooting this person, that person, that person. How do you go about determining that? And you haven't even met with a client or you haven't really spoken to anybody, but how do you figure that part out?
So first and foremost, when you're looking at information online, it can be a little bit deceiving what colors you're looking at if your display is not calibrated properly. So when you're looking at colors online, no matter what site you're looking at, if your computer display is not calibrated with, for instance, a little device that you can get, there are a couple of different companies that make them that connect to your computer physically, and you run some software and it will color calibrate your screen. So unless your screen is color calibrated, you may not be looking at the same color as I'm looking at on my screen. So that's first and foremost most important. Another thing is, in all of our papers, in all of our paper colors, you can look at the, for instance, let me go back to one that's a little bit more vibrant. Let's see here. So for instance, if we look at Ruby, and Ruby's one of my favorites. I love this color. And you look at this in our specifications, we give you the RGB values here. And you can plug those into your color picker in Photoshop and see for yourself a better representation on your screen in Photoshop what that color is going to look like. Now, keep in mind, this is a dyed product. This is a physical product. This is paper that is physically manufactured. So this is a close estimation and not an exact value, but it will give you a better idea. Also, you can order a chip chart from us. So we do offer, and because they are literally little pieces of paper painstakingly attached to this brochure, you can get this paper color chart in order to see samples of the paper that you're choosing. So you can order a chip chart, you can order a paper chart in order to help you choose the colors.
And again, all of this stuff that you see here is available through our website or through our store.
Yes,
obviously,
absolutely.
right now with the current condition, you can't exactly walk in. So that's going to be making it very, very awkward to try and pick a
Right,
color.
right,
But
right.
this is one of these things I highly recommend to any working professional out there that they buy one of these color chart systems. When they're having a conversation with the client, it is always a good idea to present this thing with you and
Hmm.
say, these are the possibilities of those colors that we can try and get, or
Yep.
reproduce the mood. Yes,
Hmm.
it's hard to figure out when you've got a little tiny square this big, but it gives you an idea, or gives the clients the idea of what colors we can pick out.
Absolutely. You can look at sample images too in the galleries that we have that of images that were photographed on specific paper colors by other working photographers. So that can give you an idea. Now, keep in mind that you are going to control the saturation, the tone of your backdrop with your lighting. So whatever little color swatch that we are digitally presenting to you, it's never going to be identical to the image you create with your lighting, with your camera or video equipment.
Speaking of video, this is it's not as common as it used to be, but your tech green and
Hmm.
studio blue
Hmm.
was actually designed specifically for doing what is known as chroma key.
Yep,
Can you go into a little bit more depth about this? That it's
sure.
not just another sheet of paper, nor is it the same as vinyl or fabric.
So the studio blue and the chroma green are specifically toned, and the tone and hue is within a specific technical range that is somewhat standardized by software applications that recognize a color and then subtract it out or ignore it basically and allow you to superimpose what's left onto another backdrop, onto another background. If I share my other, let me just go back to my, let's see. If I switch to my presentation again, I did have an image in here that gives a little bit of an illustration of subbing out that backdrop. Let me see if I can switch again. There we go. Okay, can you see that one?
Yep.
Okay, so the image on the top is being photographed against that studio blue color, and we actually have that not just in paper but in our collapsible layout, in a collapsible format, so to speak. It's a metal frame that keeps that backdrop, it's cloth, and it keeps it wrinkle free, and you can fold it up just like you do your window shade for your car. And then the chroma green below it is same principle. And then the image on the far right is where the subject has been separated from that background, and you can see the fringe around her hair. You can see through those segments into the digitally imposed backdrop. That is time consuming, painstaking to do, photo by photo, never mind trying to do it for a series of images that comprise a video. So software really does the work for you, and it's very effective to do it with the studio blue or the tech green colors, that chroma key green or chroma blue. Those are all kind of interchangeable. People just generically call it green screening, even though you're using blue. And technically, you can do it with just about any color. Some software applications, I think Premiere will even let you do it with purples or yellows. You just sample the color you want to replace. Not all software can, and the technology has progressed significantly in the last several years. And as I touched upon earlier, camera sensors keep getting better. Camera sensors are very sensitive to light now. So we have all of these options available to us, We can get really as technical as we want, and a lot of these solutions have made it easier than ever to create some stunning effects like this.
All right. I think that pretty much wraps it up. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to fire them off. I don't mind forwarding them on, or if I can answer them, I will. I do know a fair amount about this stuff as well. I'm not just an astrophotographer or an astronomer. I do photography and things like that. And plus I work in the store, so surprise, surprise. Any last words?
I don't think so. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us at Savage Universal. We have a great team of support people at support@savagepaper.com. So drop us a line, but always reach out to Woodland Hills, reach out to Simon and his team, and they're a wealth of information as well. And first and foremost, above all, have fun. Have fun with paper, have fun with photography.
Exactly. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back with Mack Murdoc doing some light painting featuring one of the Savage products, which should be quite interesting. So, all right, we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rick Friedman, and welcome to the Photographic Test Kitchen. We're going to be doing portrait light painting today with the help of my shooting partner, Keiko. For the light painting, we're going to be using a Savage RGB Pro Painter wand. Now, this is a really cool light. This light, you can get hundreds of colors out of this light, and you control it with an app from your iPhone. This photograph was shot using a Tamron 24-70 G2 lens, which is my go-to lens, on a Nikon D850 camera body. For exposure, I shot this at 6 seconds on a tripod, at f/16 at ISO 100. This is a single 6-second exposure where the speedlight fires 3 times, freezing Keiko in 3 different positions. We pre-marked the positions on the studio floor with gaffer tape. What we have set up here is a Savage painted gray backdrop, and we're using a NISI DI700A speedlight with a rogue grid on it, and we're going to be firing it all with 4 Pocket Wizard +3s. Now I want to fire my camera remotely so I can be in position to light paint. Our shooting space for this photograph is about 25 feet in length. I have a Pocket Wizard in my hand, I have another one on top of my camera, and a third one connected to the speedlight. I rigged my camera on a tripod with a Pocket Wizard +3 on it, set to both transmit and receive. I have a cable from the Pocket Wizard to the remote terminal on the camera. When I fire the Pocket Wizard in my hand, it sends the signal to the one on the camera. That fires the camera, and that sends the signal out to the receiving strobe. When using Pocket Wizards to fire both remote cameras and strobe setups, you have to have the Pocket Wizard on the strobe set 1 channel higher than the transmitting one and the one on the camera. The 4th Pocket Wizard is in Keiko's hand, so that she can fire the speedlight as she moves to the different positions. There are lots of ways to fire a camera remotely. This is the system that works best for me when firing a camera remotely and having it fire the flash. When you're light painting, you need to be working with a dark background. Your colors are going to pop a lot more on a dark background. Now, if you're working indoors, don't want to be too close to a reflective surface, as the light will bounce off the reflective surface. Let's go try this. I've pre-focused my camera on Keiko and turned off the autofocus. My speedlight is set at 45 degrees stage right, aimed to light Keiko in all 3 positions. I used a rogue grid to control the light. It's important that the light hits Keiko and that none of that light from the speedlight hits either me or the light painting. Light painting is giving us a unique take on portraiture. For this shot, I wanted to light paint outside Keiko's standing position. A lot of trial and error and experimenting goes into these photographs. It's all part of the creative process. Thank you for joining us here at the Location Lighting Workshops Test Kitchen in Boston. Hope to see you at one of our upcoming workshops, and please follow us on social media.
These are the moments that matter. These ones, right here. So take them in. Take the chance to create and dream and explore your world.
That's perfect.
Forge your own path,
Nice. Awesome.
and above all, have the courage to challenge, to dare, and defy. Chase greatness. This is your moment. This is your vision. And this is your world.
All right, guys, we are back with Mack Murdoc. I've known this guy for quite some time now. Originally, how I met him was just some random person came into the store and started asking me a lot of questions. And I kind of just took pity on him almost and said, you know what? I'll give this guy the benefit of the doubt. He sounds like a nice guy. So let's see what this guy can come up with. And I'm not kidding you. I was like that small all of a sudden realizing that, okay, this guy does way more than what I do. So, Mac,
Yeah.
give us a little bit of history about yourself because, dude, you've had a long ass life in terms of things that you've done.
Yeah, I've gone my life jumping from one thing to another, and it's been a wild ride for sure. And I don't know if you know, but you actually sold me my very first telescope too.
Yes, I remember that.
So yeah. So hey everybody. My name's Mack Murdoc, and a little thing about myself, which it's in the presentation I'm about to show you, but I'll give you kind of a little other kind of rundown. So I'm from Los Angeles, and my first kind of real love was in music. So I went to music school. I got my degree in classical music composition and film scoring, so I could write for orchestras. And literally the year after, I was like, that was a mistake, and went into something else. I went into stunts and parkour. And then you start getting injured enough times and you're like, what doesn't get you injured? And then it just so happened that one day, which I'll explain how this happened, how this day came, I got into photography. And yeah, here I am.
So a lot of people are starting to join in. I've got Raffle C. Wick says hello.
Yes.
Dustin Haskins also says hello as well.
Hey, everybody.
So yeah.
I can't see the comments, so you'll have to like tune them in every here and there.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I will annoy the crap out of you. Now this is going to be a little bit more informal in terms of us bouncing backwards and forwards because, like I said, I've known Mac long enough now, so I know how to mess with him.
Yeah.
Which is always going to be fun.
Go for it. Yeah, feel free at any point to interrupt the presentation, ask your questions, do what you got to do. We got 56 or some odd slides to go through.
Oh yeah, and this is not only just 1 hour long. We can go on forever. And you know what we'll do is after the presentation, we'll talk about a project that we've got coming up on Monday the 27th. Okay, so don't give it away.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's do it.
So yeah, we'll talk about that in just one moment. So Mac, take it away. Let's do your presentation.
Cool. Let's do it. So I wish I had some cool like Death Star music playing as Mack Murdoc presents Painting with Light.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah. All right. So first, I'll give you like a little insight about me. Then we'll go into what is light painting. A lot of people don't actually know what light painting is. The extent that they do know is you grab a little light and you write your name, which is light painting, but we're going to go a little more into depth. I'll talk about my light painting tools that I use, tell you where to get them if you want, and then how to expose your image. Just like this photograph right here, how do I expose the Milky Way and your light painting all in the same exposure? And then I'll give away some cool, unique tricks and techniques and stuff. And then we'll get into the real crazy part of it, fire and steel wool. And then we'll just take a bunch of questions, but we'll take questions throughout the way. So a little bit about me is I'm from Los Angeles, California. I bought my very first camera in November in 2016. I'll tell you the story about that when this is done. Space has always fascinated me since I was a young child. I used to go camping all the time, and I was the one that never went to bed at night, and I'd literally just stay up and stare at the sky. So I work 3 jobs. I'm a production assistant at Universal Studios. I manage social media, and I'm also a stilt walker. I just quit last year, but I was doing indoor skydiving for a little while. I worked at a place there. That was pretty fun. I specialize in long exposures, specifically in astrophotography and light painting. I'm definitely my own worst critic, and over time, it's one of those things that I'll create an image and I'll find all the flaws with it, and I'll try and correct as many as I can, and more flaws will come up. And then I'm at some point, I just got to be like, all right, here you go, world, enjoy it. So that's been kind of the biggest overcome of being a photographer that I've had to go through. And then here's how I actually got into photography. I met a guy named Chris Bauer at a concert. Never met him before, never spoke to him before. We were the concert, it was a looper. So he beatboxed, he looped it, put some stuff on top. And so I met him right before the show actually started, and I was like, so what do you do? And he's like, I'm a light painter. And I was like, what the hell is light painting? I was like, people do this as a living? And so I kind of thought it was a joke at first. And then he adds me on Facebook, and what I'll show you in the next slide is literally what I saw that changed everything. It was the image that I was like, oh my God, I want to do that. This is where my life needs to be. And there it is. Yeah, this is the shot that changed everything for me. And here's a little what I do, a little of my work, so you guys can see that there's not somebody on the screen talking about things he doesn't know. I do lunar photography of the moon. I do some deep space. So we got the Rosette, Andromeda, Horsehead, and then a recent picture of the sun, which my buddy Simon right here. I love how I'm putting my mouse over you, but I don't think anyone can see it.
No, nobody can actually see where I am. And the screen that I see and what they see are completely different. So you can't mess with me on that one.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, anyways, this Simon definitely helped me with that one. And then I also do light painting. And I'll go over too on how these shots were actually created, kind of a step by step. And I've got some cool videos as well to show you. And I also do Milky Way landscapes. Yeah. So what is light painting? Light painting is like painting with light. It's such a weird thing to explain because it's pretty self-explanatory, but at the same time, it sounds and seems complicated when you actually look at it. Light painting is the art of painting with light on a canvas of darkness using various tools and techniques to change your textures. I always say, close your eyes and imagine this. You're in a room and you have to paint Van Gogh's Starry Night. And you have all your paint brushes laid out. You've got your easel and everything laid out. But the deal is the light gets turned off. You are now in pitch black. You cannot see which color brush it is. You cannot see exactly where you're drawing. You are literally painting in pitch black. You cannot go over the same lines as you've already drawn. And finally, when you are done painting this whole thing, you say done, and the light turns on, and you finally see what your image looks like. You can't change it. You can't edit it. This is how it is. And that's essentially light painting. You're painting on a canvas of darkness. All right, let's go over to some tools. There's so many more than what I'm about to show you, but I kind of condensed it down. And also a lot of tools are actually, do it yourself, make it at home, figure it out kind of tools. It's not a big industry. So the main thing is finger lights and flashlights. This is my first tool that I ever had. It was literally just a finger light and a flashlight. In fact, it wasn't even a finger light. It was one of those little mini LED key rings that you can use. And it's the perfect tool for if you're trying to draw or outline something. I'll teach you guys later how to make a light man, which you'll actually see, I believe, on the next slide. And this is the tools of how to make it. And also you can use a flashlight to expose yourself or something else in multiple places around a single exposure. So here are some examples. Here's a light man right over here. You can see the mouse, right?
Yeah, we can. We can see the mouse.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so here's a light man over here. I literally just take a light and you're tracing yourself the whole time. We'll get into details on things that you should know when doing that. This is what I was talking about when you can copy things, copy yourself. You flash the flashlight at yourself, you exposed yourself, and then you moved to a different location and you exposed for yourself again. These are all single exposures. There's the Milky Way over there. And then over here, it's kind of the same thing. So you are taking an LED and you are literally moving it back and forth over yourself. And whatever the light does not hit will not get exposed. So as I'm doing my feet, I'm actually sitting upright, but there's no light actually hitting me to expose me. Hence why I don't look like I'm sitting upright. The universal connector. This is probably the most versatile tool in all of light painting. This is it right here. You can see it on the screen in the middle, and it allows you to connect your flashlight to multiple tools or your own DIYs. The universal connector plus water bottles, even as you can see on the right over here, plus colored gels are the most versatile thing. So you can have, let's say, your tool here, and you actually just pop off one of the tools that you have. And you can grab a different tool, water bottle, put it on, turn it on, and there you go. And you just keep swapping from one thing to another.
Is this something that you bought, or is this something that you made?
So this is bought from a company called lightpaintingbrushes.com. Yeah. So a lot of the tools that you'll see here are actually from lightpaintingbrushes.com. I have literally been with them ever since I started. I'm not with them like sponsored or anything, but I've just been using their products since the very beginning. I stand by them completely. But even if you take a water bottle, put a colored gel inside, let's say you put some red and some yellow, and you start painting with it, it gives like a good fire kind of look to it. So you can just have fun and be creative. The next are plexiglass cutouts and fiber optics. So the plexiglass cutouts, they come in a bunch of different shapes and sizes. Here is a feather tool. I've got like a odd whatever kind of shape this is tool. We've got a rectangle and a bunch of different others. And you basically, what happens is the middle of it doesn't actually light up. It's only the edges here that light up. So if you turn it on and turn it off, you now have an imprint on your image of a light painting of a rectangle. I'll show you guys some good instances of when this happens. Then you have here, you have your black fiber optics over here. The thing about the black fiber optics is they give a very rough and scratchy texture, because what happens is there's no light actually being shown on the fiber optic itself. You see it at the very end on the tips over here. So you're only seeing the small lights that are going across, unlike the white fiber optic over here, where it illuminates the whole thing. So you have a bunch of different light, and as if you can see that there's little balls on it that light up too. You have this texture that's like a very flowy kind of texture. Oh, also, you can take colored gels and just stick them between the flashlight. These are the flashlights over here. They go into the universal connector, which connects to the actual thing. You can put a colored gel in here to change the color to whatever you want.
So basically, these are like paintbrushes almost.
Exactly. They're paintbrushes for the dark. Yeah. Here in this picture, this is an example of the black fiber optic over here. So what I did was I simply had a flash and I exposed myself. And as soon as I exposed myself, I can now move around the image and I don't blur out. I don't move. It's now imprinted onto that image. So I stood up and I just swiped around my black fiber optic, which also had a little blue piece in there too. So that's why how you got the white and the blue. Then over here, this girl over here, she's got wings. I literally just took the plexiglass over here, and I put it on I put the flashlight on a strobe, and I literally just painted like this, and that created a wing-looking effect. On the bottom left over here, you have a white fiber optic. You kind of just paint it like you would a normal paintbrush. And then over here, she was outlined using actually the same tool over here as the wings, but instead what you would do is you'd literally you'd outline yourself. Next big tool is L-wire. This is probably one of my most fun tools to use. You can create things like smoke and water and fire and things that look like electricity. It's an interesting tool because you never have the same image twice. The wire is going to move in different directions, and if you're swinging it or if you're like perfectly moving it, it's always going to look different, which gives it a nice, interesting look. And you can have different takes. But also, it's one of those tools that take the most practice. If you want to really learn how to control it, you figure out how you're going to grab it, and every way you grab it is going to be different. Are you going to fold it first? Are you going to, make it look like spaghetti, or are you going to straighten it and move it like that? So here's some examples of that. So you got your little smoke effect over here. You got your kind of electricity effect over here. You got power, fire over here. So light wands and tubes. This is a fun one because I create all my orbs with these light wands and tubes. So it's an easy tool to create some interesting shapes and colors, perfect for backgrounds or silhouettes. I'll show you what that means in just a minute. The tubes are cheap plastic covering. So right here, all the way on the left, is literally just a plastic covering. You can buy them at most any hardware stores, and you're supposed to put like those fluorescent, those long fluorescent bulbs in there. And then here you can see a flashlight, and it just illuminates the whole tube. You can use an LED stick. Even if you're not using it for light painting, you can use it to light your subject or your foreground. Over here, on the last speaker we had was Savage, and they make this stick over here. It's the LED light painting stick, and I love it. I'll show some examples later of what you can do with it. It's a great tool. You can change the color to whatever you want. You can change the brightness. The thing with light painting that will make it easy for you is if you have controllable lights. So if you can control the brightness or the temperature or the color on your actual device, it's a lot easier. So you're not going to have to go to your camera and change your settings there accordingly. Lightsabers also work, but they only have one brightness, which makes controlling it controlling the exposure very difficult. Also, you have the chance of slicing off an arm or a leg. Yeah, don't slice off an arm with a leg, but it's a very useful tool.
We actually got a question already, so I'm going to squeeze this one in.
Go for it.
Again, we don't have a time limit for this one because this is going to be the last one. So feel free to put in a question. We can go over time. We can talk crap all night long for all I care.
Yeah,
So,
ask away, everybody. Import your questions.
So the question is how do you make the shadowed image that you showed? I think it was 2 or 3 slides back. That one.
This one. I'm actually going to get into this in full step-by-step detail later on, but the very short version of this is you're actually swapping lenses. So you take, what happens is she is standing, let's take the silhouette, and that's position 1, and she in the middle is position 2. So she starts off in position 1. She does this. And I take L wire and I rub it in back of her. So it's not actually exposing any part of her face. What it is it's literally making her into a silhouette. And then finally, when it's done, I'll cap the lens, which we'll talk about capping the lens later. You're not ending the exposure. It's not a double exposure, but you're capping the lens so there's no light coming in. You can turn on a light, and at that point, she'll move into position 2 safely without tripping over a lot of things. You'll position your camera. And then finally, when she's ready, you take off, you turn off the light, you take off the lens, you insert a different lens on, you uncap that lens, and you continue the exposure by creating position number 2.
Can we make this absolutely clear to everybody? This is not Photoshop.
Right. No, this is completely in camera. I would say besides just a little minor contrast, it's pretty much straight out of camera.
All right, let's continue.
Okay. So this is an idea of what you can create with these light swords over here. This is also created with the light sword. Now this is a tube. I basically had my model stand on the leg, and I grab a tube. I've got one right here, and you'll stand like this. You'll turn on the light, and you'll literally just move it around. This work?
Oh, what'd you press?
It's supposed to be a video.
Oh.
Huh.
Did you set the play video?
Technically a PDF. Here, I have an idea.
Let's just play it through here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, PDFs don't have videos.
I just kind of learned that.
Well, actually, there is a way to do it with the new version of Acrobat, but I'm not going to go into that. This is the wrong tutorial.
Oh, sorry. So it's the making of my light angel. So what's happening here is I'm outlining myself with a plexiglass tool that's turned on a strobe mode flashlight. Getting one leg, getting the other leg. At that point, I can stand up and move around, creating wings. Take L wire and brush the floor. And that creates this. All right, where were we?
I got to ask you this.
Yeah,
How do you visualize in your head where you are?
that's where the real trick. That's I what I do personally is I see the image in my head. I figure out what I want. I see it in my head of how I want it, and I literally trace over what I see. You kind of have to have a visual imagination. You don't have to. A lot of my paintings are literally just like, let's just grab some things and go. But for an image like that, that I thought about beforehand and figured out what I wanted, I had to see what it was. Also, if you're tracing yourself like that, it's all about knowing what you've already done. If you've already gone up one leg, you don't want to go up, you don't want to go down the same leg, you just go to the next part.
Real quick question from Richard Grace. Are you using an ND filter or are you using a light pollution filter for your Milky Way shots
No,
with the light
neither.
painting?
Neither. It's I don't use any filters for any Milky Way shots. I've heard light pollution filters help, but I just haven't used one. For me personally, if I can't see the Milky Way with my naked eye, I don't bother shooting it. There's not much need. But I do heard that they help.
So there's a guy called XL or XEL says he knows you.
Oh. Hi. All right. So exposing your shot. So I prefer to use a manual lens so I can change the aperture at any time during the exposure to compensate for different lights or to expose different parts of the image. What this means is if I'm using different flashlights or different tools that illuminate differently, how do I get them to all expose in unison? A lot of it takes a lot of planning. So you have to know, okay, if I'm using this flashlight, which is very bright for one tool, but want to use this flashlight for a different tool, which isn't as bright, how do I change that? So what I'll do is I'll turn the aperture down on I'll close it up. I'll paint with this tool, and then I'll go over to my camera and I'll open it up a certain amount and then paint with this tool. So it's a lot of figuring out, and this is all within the same exposure. Capping the lens can help you have the time that you need to be able to change tools or settings mid-exposure without ruining your shot. We'll go over capping the lens later. Capping the lens the very simple version is you literally put the cap on the lens during your exposure. That way you can do whatever you want. It's still pitch black. There's no light coming through. There's nothing getting recorded. You can turn on lights. You can figure whatever you need out. And then finally, when you're ready to continue your shot, lights go down, everything's ready, uncap your lens. It's kind of in a way like a double exposure within a single exposure, if that makes sense. It's smart to keep in mind that your brightest thing in an image will stick forever untouched in your exposure. For example, if you light yourself with a flashlight and fully expose yourself, you will stay nicely exposed unless there's something behind you that is brighter. This allows you or your model to move around freely after being exposed with the light. Kind of like that self-portrait image I took that I showed you in the previous one. I lit myself. I was nicely exposed. There was nothing behind me that was brighter than what I exposed myself in, and therefore no light could shine through. If there was something brighter back there, I would turn into more of a ghosty effect, and you would see what was behind me shining through me. So this helps a lot in being able to expose something in your image, but then move around and be able to do what you need to do. Let's do this again. Hey guys, we're out in Joshua Tree. I got my perfect model over here, Tom, and we are over here at, what was it called, Barker's Lake, or Barker's Dam, and just past Blue Hour. This right here is a Gary Fong light sphere on top of a flash. I have it set to manual, so when you push this button, it flashes. I'm going to give this to her. She's going to get into position right over there. And I'm going to show you a little behind the scenes of a shot. So I'm using right now 6 seconds, f18 ISO 400. I might have to change it because this was last time and it is getting darker pretty fast. Tell me when you're ready. All right, so on the count of 3, we're gonna go. 1, 2, 3, and action. So she flashed it. Oh, there was a bat that just flew right across my camera. And then, there we go. And that's a little behind the scenes of the shot. Okay. So that created this image over here. Now, obviously, I had to put my camera on a tracker and take the Milky Way separately. Taking your shots at blue hour is great because you don't have any harsh shadows. It looks like it's nighttime. It's easy to bring down, but also you have a good contrast between the sky and your foreground, which allows you to easily cut out your sky and replace it, or blend it, I should say, with the sky you took just shortly after. So yeah, that was the making of that shot. Common questions I get on the topic is, what do you do when you want to expose for the night sky and your light painting in a single image? Well, that depends on a bunch of different things. You can either, what happens, I do a lot is sometimes I will use a very bright flashlight, which makes me take my f-stop down to, f11, f18 or something like that. And I paint, I do what I need to do, but because the f-stop is so small and there's not much light coming in, the sky isn't getting exposed at all. And finally, when you're done with your light painting, you can turn the manual ring and change your aperture to f2.8 or whatever it is, and just let it sit and expose for the sky. So that's one. Another way is, see if I can find it right here. So it's like I was telling you earlier, it's good to have a light source that you can control, so you don't have to go to your camera. So this is, a flashlight, but you can also change its brightness by the ring on it. So you can put your flashlight on really dim and then paint accordingly and not have it blow out your image. How do you mix the brightness of different flashlights and tools? It's the same thing. You just change your aperture ring as needed, or change the brightness on the flashlight. But also you can do things like, let's say if you have this and you have a t-shirt or whatnot, if this is too bright for your image, you can literally put it through a t-shirt and paint as so. You're just finding different ways to dim your light to balance out that exposure between your light painting and your night sky. Do you have a favorite flashlight? This one is one of my favorites. It's the Nightcore RSWI. And then this one is also my second favorite flashlight. It's the EagleTac DLC something, LC2. Yeah, both of these are great flashlights. They're both dimmable. They both have a strobe mode, which is important for me. Let's get into some fun, unique techniques. Is there any questions first?
Well, apart from the person that's called XEL, it's the person's name is Levia or
Oh,
Leva.
Leva, yeah. It's a good guy.
I got a question actually, because you were mentioning the types of flashlights. Now, by comparison, there are so many flashlights out there.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the LED, the incandescent, and any other things that you can think of? I don't know, a candle.
To be honest, that I have no clue. I literally I have not the slightest clue on how any of that affects the image. I just kind of like, ooh, look, it's got colors. I'm gonna buy that one. So it's things
So
that look, yeah.
you don't limit yourself then on a technicality. Then you just basically pick up the damn thing and go, let's just see what this thing does.
Exactly. Yeah. I do, like, if I'm looking for something specific, then I've got kind of my things that I would like. For example, I like dimmable flashlights. I like flashlights that have a constant strobe to it. I like ones that get either really bright or really dim. So it's not just dimmable, but it's also you have that ability to go really, really dim or super bright. I like colors. Colors are always fun to play around with. And also rechargeable batteries. That's a thing.
Yeah, that always helps, doesn't it? Running around with a pack of AA.
Yeah, when you're light painting all the time, you'll run through batteries like nobody's business. So yeah, those are some things that I look for in flashlights. But as far as, bulbs go, it doesn't matter to me.
Have you noticed any differences though when you're doing it though? I mean, I know fluorescent tubes that are gas filled will give a different, it's what they refer to as a CRI compared to say an incandescent bulb or an LED, which tends to be a very harsh point source of light.
Yeah, I don't quite use those except for the Savage light. This is the Savage light, which is cool because it can change colors. This is, so the LEDs, let's see if I can turn it down enough. No, you can't. But the LEDs are different. There you go. So you actually see each LED. It's not just a steady light. But what I found with this, to be able to make it a steady light, is literally I just wrap it in cookie paper to create a it's kind of like a diffuser. But other than that, I don't see a difference really in lights. So now we're gonna learn the light man. Yay! This is the most fun thing because you can literally add a light person to any photograph on any kind of whatever it is. And I think they look great in landscapes, especially nighttime landscapes. It gives your picture a feel of, wow, this is a real place because this background is a real background. This is an actual photograph, but then adds a little sense of mystery and supernatural and suspense to it. It's a different kind of unique thing. So tools I use finger lights. So these small little guys. And what I do, the technique is you can do it with a flashlight too. My very first ones I did was with a flashlight. And then I quickly went to finger lights, which are super cheap, by the way. You can get like 500 of these things for like $5. Super cheap. So you basically grab it and you are painting yourself like this. You're going down. I always start at my feet and I'll go up one leg and then I'll go down the other leg and then I will turn it off and start at my waist and go up my waist to my neck. And after that point, I go down one arm, then you go down the other arm, finish at the neck, finish at the head, and you're done. Things to remember is to keep your light pointed away from you. If your light hits your body, if you are pointing that light towards you like this, then yeah, you'll see the streak, but you'll also see yourself underneath it, which if that's what you're going for, then that's great. If that's not what you're going for, then point it outwards. And at that point, because the light's not hitting you, you will be invisible and you will only see the light man. Keep it as tight as you can to your body. That will give your light man a lot better shape. I see it's a very common thing when people first start making light mans. They'll kind of go all, they won't stick close to their face. They won't stick close to your body, and then you have kind of a weird, one arm is bigger than the other kind of thing. So just stick really close to your body, kind of trace yourself. So there's kind of a, go back and you can kind of see an example. Now for this image, this was, I want to say something like a 20-minute exposure. So what we did was, it was me and two others, and then all of our girlfriends were actually the ones manning the cameras. It was super fun. It was literally me painting, my lady capping the cameras as need be. But what happened was, is we all drew a light person, and then finally, when we were done each drawing one light person each, someone would cover the lens. We would be able to turn on our lights and move to another location without tripping on rocks, because it's pitch black in this cave. And then we'd move to the next location. We would say, all right, we're good. We all turn off our lights. The people manning our cameras would take off the lens, and we would continue. And we'd do this a few more times until we have all the light people in there. Energy orbs.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Go back to that picture for a minute. Big question here. How do you know how to expose for that cave? Because you just said it was a 20-minute exposure.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you know that 20 minutes would have given you that shot? Forget the light painting for a second, because obviously that's the additional part. But how did you know 20 minutes, and what was the setting to get the exposure on that cave to even look like that? Because it looks like a really well exposed photo in general.
That's a great question, Simon, and I would be glad to answer that. So, all right. So, believe it or not, when we were done exposing all the people, the cave is still black in the exposure, completely black in the exposure, because literally there was no light down there. This is miles underground. There's rats running around. It's that dark. So what happens is, when we were all done with drawing our light people, we cap the lens, we move back behind the camera, and then when we will uncap our lenses, and we'll take a flashlight and we'll literally light up. We will paint, like not in one area, but we'll literally just do this, and we'll paint the whole cave to illuminate the cave and give it its thing. Also, what that does is it illuminates the details behind the light people that you drew. If you look at the light person right here, if I never illuminated the cave when I was done, you would not see behind it. If you look at the arm here, you can actually see the rock behind it. And that's because after I was done drawing these people, I took a flashlight, I illuminated the whole cave, and that gave it more of a see-through look. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, totally. I mean,
Yeah.
It's amazing that you knew where to hit the light, because even the shadows are like are smooth and almost in the right position, almost like you fired a strobe forward. I think the telltale sign for me is, as further down in the cave we go, the brighter it seems to get.
Yeah. That was also the reason why that was, is because when I was done with my part of the exposure, my last person I drew was this red guy back here. So I was already back there. I was not about to come all the way to the front before the end of the exposure. I literally just hid behind a rock, and I I exposed the very back of the cave, which might have been better if I didn't, but I did.
Well, no, I mean, it almost makes no difference if it was on purpose or not on purpose. It was just, it's the execution behind this that is the vital part. I mean,
Yeah,
how many times did you try this shot? I'm assuming you did this once, though.
once.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just like it's a testament to your skill from an experience standpoint, which is basically what the long and short of it here is. But it's getting to that point, knowing what will happen when you run around and expose different areas.
Yeah, and if you guys are somewhat familiar with Photoshop, think of the aperture like a like the what is it, the fill meter, not opacity but fill, which means it only so if you take a flashlight and you're lighting the foreground, do you want it to be one pass and it's great, or would you like to literally take time and paint over it multiple times, and each time you paint over it, it comes a little bit brighter? That's kind of how this is. So if you use a closed up aperture, you can literally paint over the same area multiple times without blowing it out, which definitely plays a good role in being able to paint your scenario. Energy orbs. These are one of my favorites things to make, because they can literally be so creative. They are I don't think I've ever created two of them that look exactly the same. So tools I use, you guys are gonna laugh. This is great. So I bought online an umbrella, a lightsaber umbrella. So this is it over here, and this piece over here literally used to pop up and turn into an umbrella, but I cut off the umbrella part, and now I just have the lightsaber. I don't think you can see it change colors or anything, but something that really triggered me to get this was on the bottom. It actually has a little LED light. So the body, so I'll go through this. The technique is body position is very important. You stand with your body to the side of the camera, and your shoulders facing the camera. So let's say if this camera right here is where I am, I'm standing facing away from the camera, pointing it here. You turn on the small light, this one, and at the end of the lightsaber with an outstretched arm, you start designing the outer shell. So you can see here the outer shell that contains your energy. When you're done, you turn the light off and you turn your saber around, turn on a color that you want your energy to be, and paint within the circle that you just drew. Finally, create the inner orb. You do the same thing that you did with the outer orb, except for this time you're just holding a finger light. So I'll demonstrate that really fast because I'm sure it's confusing. Let me move this camera. So you have your LED on. And what you do is you point it straight at the camera. And what I like to do is I like to go, you make your squiggles, you make you can do circles if you want, you can do straight lines if you want. However you want to make your outer orb, you make them. Just make sure that your shoulder is always facing and everything rotates around that shoulder, which gives you your nice perfect circle. Then when you're done creating the outer orb, you turn off this light, you turn this around, you push the button that turns on the light. I doubt you can see any light right now, but you paint within that circle, whatever color. And then finally, when you're done with that, you have a small LED in your hand and you literally just paint. So now it's not reaching out as far as this does. Now you're just painting an inner circle. And again, shoulder, same position. So everything that you make is a perfect circle. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think what's gone and happened here is everyone's going to go, oh, so that's how they fake those UFO pictures.
Yeah, right. Some things that are very important is that your shoulder doesn't move the whole time. Your shoulder acts as the pivot point of your orb to create a perfect circle. If your shoulder moves, your orb will be deformed and all the kids will laugh at you. So yeah, keep that shoulder in the same place the whole time. It will probably get tired depending on how intricate you want your orb to be, but just hang in there. I believe in you. This is also one of those things that you should find out how your light is, to figure out what exactly exposure do you want. So for me personally, I like to put it down to like f7 or so. That gives me a nice, that exposes from my light perfectly. Get creative with textures of your orbs. You can choose squiggles, squares, circles, lines, or even cut your orbs in half, which I'll show you here. So here I've got my orb and it's cut in half with my light person inside of it. This is all a single exposure. You can see the Milky Way and everything, so you can see how long this light painting actually took. Over here, again, it's cut in half. You can see outside, it's got this one I use circles. And then you paint it with blue. And then in the middle, you just paint with purple. Right here, it's this, I use the same technique that I did, but that I explained, but instead, I actually put L-wire on my tool, which just made it into this nice smoke ball. Here I'm using lines to create the outer orb. And then I didn't even create an inner orb. I just put, light energy, plasma, whatever you want to call it, in the center. Camera rotation. This one's a fun one. This one takes a lot of practice, but it does some cool things. So this, by the way, is a single exposure. So tools that you'll need. You need 2 tripod L brackets and a panoramic head. I have one right here to show you and to show how it works. So here is the panorama head, this big part right here. And I have one L bracket and then another L bracket. And what this allows you to do is, if this is on the tripod like this, you can now take your camera and turn it upside down if you see fit. So the technique is, first you have to plan out your shot. Sorry. All right. Plan out your shot and position your camera and tripod so that when you rotate your camera upside down, it isn't overlapping something you've already painted. This takes leveling your tripod. This has to figure out where your camera is in its rotation. They all play a big factor. Once you start your exposure, you paint your picture as you normally would a regular light painting. When you're done, you turn off your lights, you walk to your camera, you cap your lens, then rotate your camera upside down. When you're ready, uncap the lens and draw the other half of your photo. You can use different colors like I did in this photo shown here, or the same colors, it's up to you. Then end your exposure. So first, with this picture, I had somebody stand on a pillar, and I literally light painted him with fiber optics. I made this thing, and then I've got lasers flying everywhere. And then finally, when I'm done, I cap the lens, I turn it upside down. So now this part that was on the top is now on the bottom. And then I do the same exact thing, but with different colors for this part. Things to always remember is it's easier to have a friend with you to help cap your lens and rotate it. This leaves less chance for kicking or moving the camera as you're trying to cap it in pitch black. So I can't tell you how many times I've kicked my camera and knocked it over, or like, it's when you're working in pitch black, you're literally trying to feel everything, but at the same time, you don't want to move anything. So every touch, every move has to be very slow, has to be very precise. So therefore, it's nice to have somebody to help you. I don't really cap a lens anymore. What I do is I have my black beanie, and I literally just put the beanie on, and it kind of just covers it. Let's see if I can quickly show you how this works. All right.
How do you deal with camera shake?
How do I deal with camera shake?
Yeah, so if you're in the middle of doing an exposure while you're jacking around with that tripod in the background, how do you deal with the camera shake if you have a lot of movement, especially? I mean, does it not affect anything?
That's where capping your lens comes into handy, because when your lens is capped, you can shake it or move your camera as much as you want, and nothing is exposing, so nothing is blurring. Now, so that's why I always recommend, even if you're just changing your aperture, I recommend capping it first, because you can shake the camera a little bit. That being said, sometimes if I'm feeling lazy, I'll just kind of quickly do it, and hopefully nothing changes. So here, there we go. So I will start the exposure. I'll do my light painting. Sorry, I'll uncap this, start the exposure, do all my light painting. When I'm done, cap this, turn this around. So now it's upside down. Turn off my light, uncap it, move back, finish the light painting, end exposure.
And this is something that you made, or it's something that you bought that was already like this?
I made this. So it's made out of a tripod panorama head. So it's literally just meant to move your camera this way, but I use an extra L bracket to turn it from moving this way into this, I don't know, but I basically made it so that it rotates the camera upside down instead of just panning it left to right by using an extra L bracket. Also, something to keep in mind is you don't just have to do 2 angles like this. You can try 3 or 4, or even like if you just have a cool light of some sort, you can literally just rotate it, and make 10 different angles to create this cool geometric shape. I've seen some pretty cool things. So again, I'll go back to this one and you can kind of see an idea. This one, I overlapped the pictures a little bit, but yeah, this is, I exposed him with blue, painted all this, turned it upside down, did the same thing with red. This is a fun one. This is orientation camera tricking. I don't know if it actually has a name, but I just called it that because it sounded cool. So how do I get this in a single exposure? So what you need is either an L bracket for your camera, or a ball head mount where you can turn your camera from portrait to landscape. So this was a very interesting photo. And I'll go back to it in just a minute. It's all about tricking your camera's orientation. So you actually start this shot with the cap on the camera and start the exposure in landscape. Now, the camera thinks it's in landscape. Then you turn your camera to portrait mode, and you mount it onto the tripod. You uncap the lens, and with a flashlight, you expose only your model. Make sure that you don't expose anything else, who is standing on the ground looking up with his hands up in the air. So for this one, I was literally standing like this. Be very careful not to expose anything except for the model. Then draw your cape with a lightsaber. Cap your lens, take your camera off, and turn it back to portrait. Turn it back from portrait to landscape. So now it's time to finish the exposure by uncapping your lens and blasting the foreground and background with light to expose everything else, giving the illusion that I'm flying off the ground when you're done or stopping the exposure. So first started in landscape, then turned it to portrait, uncapped the lens, colored me in, drew the cape, turned it back into landscape. So now I am actually rotating in the picture. Also, the ground was here when it was in portrait, and then exposed everything else.
I got to ask you this.
Yeah.
Would it have been another way of doing it if you really did just jump off of a ledge and somebody fired the flash as you're in midair?
That would have hurt really badly, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Now I regret not just doing the stunt and putting the video in here for fun. Things to remember is think about where you will be when you rotate the camera to better plan your shot. Keep in mind, you don't need to be in the same location for each step. You can take your picture of something or someone that you want floating, cap it, and move the camera to a completely different place with a different foreground that you might like better. So let's say you're standing on a cliff or whatever, or you're standing somewhere safe. You can do that same thing, but when you're finally exposing for your foreground or background, you can fire it off a cliff, and so it just looks like I'm flying 1,000 feet up in the air. Something to keep in mind is, how big am I compared to where, like, you have to have that level of perspective. So if you want someone to be flying further away in the distance, you have to make them smaller. All right, so lens swapping and changing focal length. Do we have any questions to knock out so we don't miss any?
Oh shit, I think I missed one here. It says, have you tried using a diffuser on the flashlight and seeing if it changes the flare or the style of the light?
I don't exactly. I've used a diffuser for my flash. And this definitely changes the light. You get kind of a light bulb, as I showed in my example of the other one. But as far as a flashlight goes, I do not. I do have a bunch of other lights that do have a diffuser on it. But those are mainly meant for just lighting the foreground evenly without any harsh light.
And then, not a question, but Sama Hobeka, sorry to mess up your last name, says, love your work, Mac.
Oh, thank you. You're super sweet. Love you guys. All right, so lens swapping and changing focal lengths mid-exposure. So how do you get something like this where it looks like it's photoshopped, but it's not? And like I said, I was going to come back to this picture. So what you need here is you need 2 lenses, or you can even use a zoom lens. I prefer to use 2 lenses mainly because focus changes when you change your zoom, but because you're working in the dark, it's kind of hard. If you're using 2 lenses, you can already have both lenses already pre-focused. So things you'll need to do is plan your shot. Where is your smaller shot going to go within your bigger shot? Position 1, as would be shown here as the black silhouette, versus position 2 is her inside. So I start the exposure with a 50 millimeter lens. My model is standing with her hands up, and I paint her with blue L wire in back of her, making sure that the light does not hit the front of her body to expose her face or any part of her body and leave her as a silhouette. Then it's also important at this point that you have a black background. It definitely helps. Then when that's done, I cap the lens. I turn on the light. I let my model move safely to her next position. She sits in a stool, which is position 2. So she's sitting down on a stool right here. I uncap the lens. Oh, again, sorry, I missed a part. I turn on the light, I let her move, and then when I turn off the light, I take off the 50 millimeter lens and replace this one with a 24 millimeter lens, which already has been pre-focused. I'll cap the lens and paint her with white L wire to create the smoke. This time I'm painting in front of her to let sorry, I'm getting tongue tied. I'm painting in front of her to let the light bleed onto her and expose her. Finally, I hide behind her. I reach over her chest to turn on the light bulb that's in her hands for a very split second to really create that ball and the illumination that it's going to give. And then I finally end the exposure.
Just to cut in real quick,
yeah.
you mentioned a lot about exposure, but I've noticed you haven't talked much about aperture, especially for something like this.
So the aperture for this one, the aperture changed the same. It was the same the whole time because I'm still using L wire. So it's the same tool that I'm using. If I change the aperture, then it would have one thing would have been brighter than the other.
So does the aperture or the aperture that you use, is it also critical? I mean, does it make a difference? Let's just say we shot with a 51.2 and then you switched over to a 24 and what's that going to be? It's an f2. Did you make sure that you set everything to f2, or are you going, okay, I want to make sure this is nice and sharp and go f9?
Yeah, I believe this shot was at f9, I believe, on both lenses. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. When do you determine the effect for that? Because obviously, if I'm at f2.8 or anything below f2.8, my depth of field becomes incredibly shallow.
Right.
And as that light or the L wire moves further away, obviously it goes out of the plane of focus.
Exactly.
How do you determine? I mean, of course, it's a part of the effect, but how do you determine what you're expecting when you're doing that? I don't know if I'm articulating that correctly.
Yeah. So that's another great part about when you're using a bright tool is a bright tool allows you to use a smaller, sorry, not smaller, a more closed down aperture, which gives you less depth of field. So if I'm using f9, it was like, I think it was f9, f11 or something like somewhere in that range. You have a whole lot of room to deal with, to play around with where you're going to be in focus. But the main part of being in focus was that each lens was already focused to where I knew she was going to be. So when I'm in position 1, that lens is already focused to where she's here. I normally focus around where the ears are because that's kind of the halfway point between where her nose is going to be versus where I'm going to be in back of her. Even though you don't see anything here, I still want part of her fingers and everything to be somewhat in focus. And then the next lens, it's pre-focused to where she's going to be in this area over here. and the app having a closed down aperture just helps me a little bit be able to always have her in focus without having to deal with depth of field.
So with the technical people here, there are a lot of manual lenses that have markings on them, and as you turn the focus, it gives you a bunch of numbers. I mean, I know what that means from a focal standpoint, regardless of what your f-stop is. Do you use any technical side of things when you're planning this? Because this seems like you cannot be overly technical almost.
I try not to be overly technical. I'm definitely the hippie kind of light painter that just likes to set up the shot and just try it out, see how it goes, figure it out. But as far as like getting too technical, not so much. I definitely do use Rokinon lenses, so I do have the ability to change the aperture on it without having to go through the camera, which you can't do mid exposure. But yeah, as far as like getting technical on numbers and stuff, not so much. I keep it loosey goosey.
Cool. No, everyone does everything differently. I just it's a huge curiosity because I've seen some other light painters who get overly technical when it comes down to that. I mean, they go as crazy as knowing how many aperture blades there are when you're closing down to say like f11, especially because those aperture blades become very apparent when you have a really good point source of light because of the diffraction that it creates.
Yeah. Here's the thing is I always recommend that people know the technicalities. Unfortunately, I don't, but like I always recommend people know things so that if you needed to use that information or knowledge, you can do so. I kind of just go in blind and I have my idea. I have what I want it to look like in the end. How do I make this happen? But
cool. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Oh, another thing to think about here is when you're putting something inside of yourself or inside of another person, a person within a person, you have to make sure that what is behind your person is black or dark. If there were, let's say, if in that first position there was a light somewhere here, it would shine through this person over here. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, fire and steel wool. Now we're getting into dangerous territory, Simon. Dangerous territory.
I think this is the part that everyone's actually waiting for.
Oh God. Hopefully people are still around.
Oh, they are.
So this comes with a lot of safety. I should disclaimer that I am not responsible for anyone's for anyone. Also, there's a few ways to do this. This is just kind of my way to do it. So steel wool, this is steel wool over here. It's basically a cleaning tool. It's like, how would you describe steel wool? It's like, yeah, I don't know.
It's like one of those Brillo pads that you use to scrub your pots and pans with, I guess.
Exactly. You use it to take off grime and stuff like that. And you can buy them at any kind of department store. I actually took pictures and I decided to not put it in here because of time, but I actually have it somewhere. But so important safety tips. Never use fire around anything that's flammable. This includes near homes, in nature's parks, anywhere around that there are trees around. All it takes is one spark to literally cause a fire and burn a lot of things down. So please be careful if you decide to try this. Wear protective gear, a beanie to cover your hair, long sleeves, gloves, protective eyewear is always recommended. I always recommend you bring a friend. 2 people are definitely safer than 1. And also sometimes when you're kind of focusing on the shot or trying to like spin perfectly, you're not really aware of everything that's around you. So having another person there is definitely helpful. And also bring something like a fire blanket or an extinguisher just in case. Tools I use a cooking whisk, grade 000 steel wool, a lighter, and a 9-volt battery, or a 9-volt battery. Let's see, I should have it somewhere so I can show everyone what it looks like.
Probably a good idea not to right now.
Well, I mean, just, oh, here it is. Too late.
Uh-oh.
So it's just a cooking whisk. Inside the cooking whisk, I have the steel wool, and it's attached to a dog leash, or you can attach a string. I like a dog leash because you can actually put it around your wrist and grab onto it if need be. First, you attach your rope or a dog leash to the cooking whisk. Then you take a piece of steel wool out and you fluffen it up. You want to take the steel wool because you want air to be able to flow through it. You fluffen up your steel wool and you put it inside of the cooking whisk. Then you're ready. And then when you're ready and safe, you light it with a lighter, or you ignite it with a 9-volt battery. So if you take your steel wool and you actually put a 9-volt battery onto it, it will start to ignite. After starting sparking, swing it above your head. And there you go, steel wool. Things to remember is practice swinging it a bunch of times before actually lighting it to get some practice in. The last thing you want to do is you want to be swinging it, and because you're not good at swinging things, it will hit you and you can burn yourself. Swing with your wrist. You don't want to swing with your arm. What you want to do is you want to put it up and swing with your wrist. The reason for it is that is your pivot point. That is your swinging. What's the center of a radius called? Center of a circle?
The center of a circle?
Sure.
I don't know the technical name for that. I failed at math miserably.
So that will create a nice clean halo. You can see here, it's kind of this is one of my first ones, so it's not the cleanest, but right here, it's a nice clean halo because it's only my wrist moving. If you start moving your arms, you'll start getting something like this where it's not as clean. Remember which pocket you put your battery in and which pocket you put your extra steel wool in. I've definitely made the mistake of putting the extra steel wool in a pocket that had the battery in it, and next thing you know, my pants are on fire and I'm driving home now with no pants. So definitely, yeah.
You know what? I honestly, if you're going to do the steel wool trick, I would prefer people to use the lighter method as opposed to the 9-volt battery.
Yep, definitely.
Just purely because it is actually a lot safer. Incidentally, the steel wool and the 9-volt battery was developed as a survival technique to actually start fires in a survival situation, because people used to strip phone batteries or any battery for that matter and just expose it and then put the steel wool in and go poof, and then you've got yourself a nice little magic show.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm 100% behind that. I personally use a lighter just because of that one time where I lit my pants on fire. Yeah, don't. So yeah, I recommend a lighter, but the 9-volt battery does work. And I say that only if you have a 9-volt battery, but you don't have a lighter. And now you know a nice little camping trick. Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, well, thank Bear Grylls, not me.
Yeah, right. My camera settings normally start at about an 8-second exposure at f8 at ISO 100. And then I kind of just adjust accordingly. That's a good kind of place to start. It's very bright, and I believe back to that's what it looks like. And that picture became That was the final image of that video.
Oh,
Now,
before you just skip off there,
yeah.
the different types of wool. I don't know if you've experimented with anything else other than steel. Is this possible to do with aluminum, copper? There's no such thing as magnesium wool, so I can't really say that one.
So I haven't tried other things besides steel wool, except I have put magnesium ribbon, little pieces of magnesium in the wool. I don't have a picture, or else like I haven't edited those yet. But what it does is, while steel wool comes out as orange and red, magnesium actually comes out as blue. So what I'll do is I'll put like a very small piece, 2 or 3 small pieces of magnesium ribbon in there. So when they're ready to burn, they'll turn into, you know, a nice good thing of blue, and you'll just see blue sparks come out of the red. It's actually kind of cool. But I haven't used anything else besides steel wool and that little magnesium ribbon.
Yeah, copper is going to be a harder one to do because it's harder to ignite.
Yeah.
I mean, you almost have to have the reaction to begin with. You have to mix it with the steel wool in order for the copper to even be able to ignite. But I mean, the copper wiring or the copper anything has to be so incredibly thin because copper has a higher resistance. That's why they use it to make electrical cabling.
Yeah. What color does
Green.
it burn? Yeah, really?
Yeah, greeny bluish color.
I mean, I'm down to give it a shot. The thing that's safe about steel wool is normally as soon as it hits the ground, it's normally out. That being said, don't ever assume it's going to be out. That's why you don't want to do it near anything that can catch on fire. But that being said, most of the time, once it hits the ground, it will bounce once and it's out. It doesn't.
As crazy as this sounds, is there actually an alternative we can use? I mean, you mentioned at the very beginning that buying those little finger LEDs, you said you get 500 for like $5.
Yeah.
Have you ever put a bunch in a bag and then, you know, purposely put a hole in there and then tried the same thing? I mean, it's going to make a mess, but who cares?
Yeah. I haven't, because it would be a mess. It's also, I would count that as littering.
Well, you have to pick them up. At least you can see them.
Yeah. Well, assuming that the light is still good afterwards. They're super fragile. Like you can literally squeeze it too hard and they're gonna break. But I haven't used anything else. I would be interested in trying other things.
I think we should. I think we should make a day out of that where we get some of these things, put them in a clear plastic bag with a hole in them that are big enough to allow them to disperse, and just try it. I mean,
I'm down.
This sounds like a safer alternative to steel wool, especially. I'm not promoting that anybody does this type of thing unless it's under a good controlled environment. And of course, kids, please do not do this at home. But the finger LED lights might be an alternative.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't think that's a bad idea, and I would be so down to meet up with you and give it a shot.
So Michelle Locke actually says, I put finger lights in a balloon whisk and it came out great.
Finger lights in a blue whisk?
Yeah, or in a balloon whisk. I don't know what a balloon whisk is.
Michelle, by the way, is a great light painter. She is absolutely fantastic at what she does.
Hey man, she said she's done it, so she's got one up on you. We need to one up her now.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, the one picture, I might be wrong, but I think she was part of this shot right here.
I'm sure she's going to say something any second now on the live stream when it catches up.
Let me know, because she's so fun to play around with. So, do you want to continue on to fire? We got 10 shots left.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, we live in California, so we can have earthquakes here, and we just had one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oof, sorry. That was unsettling because everything just like went and shook for a second. I was like, ooh.
We had a good one the other day too.
Yeah, no, that's not fun.
Welcome to California.
Exactly. All right, sorry, moving on.
So next is a little bit, we're gonna kick up the heat a little bit and talk about some fire. This one comes with a lot more strict rules and regulations to follow. So yeah, this is just fire and yes, actual fire, not imitated fire. So okay, there's important safety tips, and I can't not go over them. So let's get the boring stuff out of the way. Boring but very important. So pyrophotography requires you to be on high alert and always paying attention. No matter how much you think you know fire, it's always unpredictable. And also, you must be ready for any situation. Before I dive into the prep and technique, I need to share some safety tips with everybody. First thing you should always do is have a conversation with your model. Let them know exactly what's going to happen step by step. Go over all the safety precautions. Make sure that you're comfortable with everything, that they're comfortable with everything, and that everybody is on the same page. Communication keeps people safe. There was a thing that went viral just recently that someone tried to do fire photography, did not have any kind of conversation with their model. Next thing you know, their model's in hospital. So again, if you follow all of these tips, you will be so much safer. Everything will be good. Everybody will be on the same page, and you'll have a lot better of a time and probably come out with a lot better images. To never do fire photography near homes, residential areas, or any sort of nature. All it takes is one ember to burn down a forest or home. Yeah, just don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not smart. And normally it's pretty crappy as a background too. Always have safety precautions. This means having a flame retardant blanket, a fire extinguisher, sand, shooting in a large body of water is also a safety precaution. So anything that allows you to be able to put out whatever you need fast. And I'll actually show you guys a video of putting something out. Having at least one assistant for two reasons. One, they help click the shutter button. The last thing you want to be doing is fiddling around with a button with your hand that's pretty much holding fire. And also as an extra set of eyes and, in hands to make sure that everything is safe. Like I was mentioning with steel wool, you are so focused on your shot, you're focused on your safety of the situation that you are not looking everywhere. An ember could have flown off somewhere, and therefore it's always good to have another person. In fact, I do not recommend ever doing fire photography by yourself without an assistant. Both you and your assistant should keep an eye on your model and the flames at all times. Be aware of loose embers. Do not pour fuel on your already lit flame. Sad I have to say this, but again, there was another situation where the flame was starting to go out and someone poured, lighter fluid on it, and next thing you know, he's on fire. So yeah, don't do that. Do not wear synthetic fiber clothes. Cotton is slightly less flammable, but also safer for your body. And if an ember touches it, synthetic fibers will actually melt to your skin, and you don't want that. That would be bad. Wear protective clothing. I always wear a beanie to protect my hair, because let's be real, no one wants to mess with this dude. Look how beautiful this looks. Oh yeah, look at that, man.
I gotta say something. Every time I see a picture, like one of the pro photos, you've got like the coolest hair on the planet.
It's all it does what it needs. It does what it does. I always recommend long pants, a long sleeve t-shirt, protective eyewear. So yeah.
The other thing that I should mention here is this is again more for safety. Fire extinguishers, do not bring the chemical versions of them,
Yes.
okay? Because they
No.
do not have a good range. The best fire extinguishers sold anywhere in the world has always and always will be CO2 by a long shot.
Yeah, and also you need to know what fire extinguisher you're needing for what. There are fire extinguishers for oils, there's different fire extinguishers for different things, so make sure you get the right one.
Right. So for those guys who are interested in this and you do want to conduct this safely, the fire extinguishers are chemical, water, CO2, and foam. And they're always color coded, and anywhere around the world has their own unique color codings. In the United Kingdom, water generally is the red fire extinguisher. For us, chemical is the beige color, although here in the US, the red is also the chemical. Black is always CO2 and green is normally foam. Foam is great on things like oil fires and things like that. CO2 doesn't tend to work on it very well because it just ends up blowing the fire around. But electrical fires, CO2 is by far and wide the best. Putting out steel wool, CO2 is obviously the best on that. The chemical versions of those tend to be wood fires and things like that. So again, plan accordingly, but just remember chemical fires make a mess like you wouldn't believe it, and it's really obvious that you were there.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I want to also add another safety tip here is don't stand close to your model for all of these photos. For all of these photos, it might look like I'm standing right in front of them or right in back of them, but I'm actually pretty far. Not pretty far, but like a good 3-4 steps back. So, keep a good distance. So the tools I use a wooden dowel and I need a heavy staple gun, a 100% cotton white t-shirt. You can use different colors, but it will actually change the color of your flame. So that can actually look kind of cool. I've tried it with blues. I've tried it with reds. I personally don't like the color. I think white actually does work the best. Lighter fluid, and then Kevlar thread. I have an example right here. It's coming apart at the moment. But what you do is you take your white t-shirt and you wrap it up on your wooden dowel, and you want a good distance from the end of the dowel to where it actually starts, because this will actually be the part that's on fire. So you wrap it up, and then what you do is you take Kevlar thread and you literally wrap it in Kevlar thread, because what Kevlar thread will do is it won't burn. It will burn, but it won't break. So it will keep your t-shirt attached to your dowel longer. And the last thing you want is for your t-shirt to come off and start waving around everywhere where it's on fire, uncontrollable. So yeah, that definitely helps. And then even to do it more, I don't know if you can tell, but I've got staples in the whole thing that literally keep it down. So that is, so t-shirt, wrap it around the dowel, wrap Kevlar thread around it, staple it down. Make sure it's nice and secure. Make sure that there's no pieces kind of coming apart. The less pieces you have flapping off of it, the more embers you're going to have, which is not always a good thing. So I pretty much went over the technique. Finally, waving around, grab your lighter fluid and soak this is what now is a torch. Soak the torch and then move the bottle far away. You don't want to light your torch with your bottle right next to you. If an ember comes off and hits that bottle, it will explode. Then move your bottle far away, then light your torch and start waving. Have your assistant manning your camera. When your flame is almost out, put it out. Don't make sure that it's completely dead before checking your pictures. That is so important because you don't want to put your torch down somewhere, and next thing you know, you get a little breeze that starts really igniting a piece, and an ember flies off. So make sure that your thing is completely out before doing anything else.
You usually have a bucket with water in it, don't you, that you just throw the thing into?
You can, yeah, I've done that for sure. I actually like having a fire extinguisher and a flame retardant blanket. So I will first fire extinguish it down, and then I will literally wrap it in a blanket, and that will get rid of it. But I definitely have had the bucket before. The bucket does work. Things, but then you have to bring, like, if you're going on a location and whatnot, you do have to bring a bucket with enough water in it to fill, the whole thing. Practice swinging it before lighting it to get some practice in. Have your assistant count on your exposure. What this means is I have whoever has the button. By the way, something I should have mentioned in the very beginning is all this really helps if you have a remote trigger. So I actually have a remote trigger. If I'm wearing gloves, I keep it in the glove, so it's always there. Sometimes I'll attach like a string to it, so it's kind of hanging as a necklace, so I always know where it is at all times, and I can literally start and stop the exposure at all times. For fire photography, the last thing, like I said, you want to do is be fiddling with a button or dealing with anything else besides the safety and the shot of your of your model. So give this to somebody else, and what I have them do is I have them count 1, 2, 3, go, and then I do 2-second exposures. 1, 2, and then once that's done and the picture pops up, she'll go 1, 2, 3, boom. Exposure ends, 1, 2, 3, boom. So, and that just keeps going. You want to knock as many pictures as you want out before the fire is dead. So my camera settings are normally start around 2 seconds, f11, ISO 100. And then as the flame gets dimmer, you'll need to adjust your settings. Just keep opening up your aperture as the flame starts to die. I like to always try and keep the ISO at 100 if I can. Longer than 2 seconds can sometimes get a little too much. 2 seconds is a long time when you're waving around a fire stick. Also, speed is your friend. You can't let the fire stay too long in one spot. It will blow it out so fast. So you really want to move it around, but also be safe. I believe. Yeah. So let me go back to another video. Also, having a countdown helps the model know when the picture is going to take. So she's got 3 seconds to change her pose. And when you start seeing a lot of embers come off, like you're starting to see here, it's time to start putting it out.
Oh, there's the bucket.
There you go. It's fire extinguisher time. Where was I? Where's my thing?
It's behind it.
This is also Keynote.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Like painting presentation. Maybe not.
This is fine. And then that's the picture that came out of it. And then I figured I'll just touch on some. First off, do you guys have any questions about Fire or Pyro before I just move on to the last few little fun, really quick ideas?
Well, I think we scared everybody from doing it.
Oh, really?
No, yeah, there's no questions on that side of things.
Okay. Some other really fun ideas is you can use lasers. To use lasers, you also have to have a way of creating an atmosphere to project your lasers. So for this, I used a smoke bomb to help create the atmosphere. You can actually paint things with colors. So here I just have a flashlight and I put colored gels in the flashlight to color it yellow, and then I did another one with a red gel and colored the eyes. This is a single exposure. This one is actually done with the Savage light stick. The cool thing about this light is you can change its light and then also program it in the app to change colors or fade from one color to another. So for this one, I literally just had the glasses and the contacts on a chair, and I literally put the thing and went done. But you can create some interesting things like that. You can make different kinds of orbs. From the one on the left, which is more of a swinging orb, you put an LED on a string and you're literally just swinging it and rotating around. What I like to do is I like to put something on the ground like a coin, and you rotate around it, making sure that once your swing goes round, your swing is always the LED is always going over that coin, and you're just rotating around it. So that way you have a nice clean circle. And then on the right is just a flash with a Gary Fong sphere. And what you do is you just manually push the button and it will illuminate, which gives you a nice little ball. And then that's it.
So we're into Q&A finally.
Yeah, took long enough, right?
Well, I mean,
to
to be honest,
I
mean, well, yeah, we're only a little bit over by an hour, but that's all right. So I don't know how many questions that are going to come pouring through. We're just going to let that part catch up in just a moment. But I have a handful of questions right off the bat.
Sure, go for it.
Type of camera. You haven't even mentioned, and I kind of feel like it's whatever you're comfortable with. But what is your favorite camera that you like to use to do this kind of stuff?
I use a Canon 6D. It's a full frame camera. I definitely will be jumping over to the Canon R5 game as soon as that comes out. But as of now, I have a Canon 6D. It's definitely been my workhorse camera for a few years now.
I mean, do you find that the camera that you use makes any difference? I mean, every camera has its ups and downs.
No.
And is it a thing? I mean, just like when we do astrophotography, some cameras perform better than others.
Yeah, it's a yes and a no. The 6D, the reason I chose that specific camera is because it's good in low light. It's known to be really good at low light, and I've seen a huge difference between that camera and others when it comes to low light. That being said, I honestly feel that I could create the images that I create with any camera. Like I don't think that gear is the stoppable force from creating a good image, even if it's like at nighttime or in low light or whatever. You have to figure out how you do what you do. And
Yeah. Is there? Oh, did you freeze there? No, you didn't. Is there a preference on? Is there a preference on the type of lights that you like to use? I mean, I know each type of bulb has its own unique effect. You showed 2 flashlights, but there are other things that you haven't even touched on that I've seen you use before in the past.
Yeah. As far as light sources go,
Yeah.
so the Savage light I recently acquired, and that has been pretty fun. When it comes to lighting, it definitely is useful when it comes to lighting foregrounds or your people and stuff like that. I haven't used it too much yet when it comes to actual light painting, besides the picture that I showed earlier. So that's definitely good. And I have another version where it's just like a small little LED light. As far as light sources go, lasers, like I mentioned, are a great tool. If you put either a small little diamond on the end, or actually you can buy lasers that have what they call star or something like that, where it diffracts the light. That's how I got one of the pictures before. This is a really cool flashlight, and I'll show you why. Most flashlights, when you turn them on, you have kind of, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it.
Oh no, I see it. I totally see it.
But like it bleeds out, so the light just bleeds. But if you have the camera, you have that nice perfect circle. Does that come out?
Yeah, oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. So you can paint. Let's say if you just want to make dots, you just on and off, on and off, on and off. Now you have dots that you can create. Or let's say if you want to do graffiti, but light graffiti, now you have a nice light to be able to literally draw the thing that you want to be able to create on a wall or whatever it may be. A nice thing about a light like this that doesn't bleed is, let's say you're finished with your light painting and you want to draw stars everywhere. You literally hold it to the lens, you turn it on and off, and now you're creating stars with the diffractions. As far as lights go, that's kind of it. It's kind of basic flashlights, but all have different features to them that I enjoy.
Light painting is not limited to the movement of the light. I've done this before myself. In fact, actually, I remember when me and you were out in downtown LA, where the camera moved.
Yeah, you move your camera, and that still counts as light painting.
So do you want to go into some of the premise behind that? Because now only the point source of light technically becomes visible.
Yeah, I'm not too versed in it. Literally, that was probably one of the first times I tried something like that with you. But there's actually a name for it. What's the opposite of static? So like when you put it on a camera, it's static light painting, but there's a name for that when you're actually moving the camera around instead of the light. The light is the thing that stays constant.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely experimented with that with like neon signs and things like that, where I've made the camera pan left to right just to give a basic movement.
A nice blur.
Yeah, I mean, I actually enjoy doing cityscapes and waiting for the cars to come whizzing past, and I always get these fantastic images that come from that.
Yeah, that was fun when we were out in downtown trying to try and pan your camera with a long exposure at the same rate, trying to lock onto the cars.
So, who's this? AE Myth says, "No, I'm too late. You can replay the stream. Don't worry. Don't panic."
It's 2 hours of craziness.
Yeah, it has been. Oh, do you want to end your screen share? Because I don't know if it's not splitting back between you and me. I don't think people really want to see my ugly head anyway, so it's not a problem.
I
You
don't
just
mind.
basically stop the screen share.
How do you do that?
End screen share on Zoom,
There's
but don't
new,
exit the meeting, otherwise this gets cut off.
there's new share, pause share. Stop
Maybe if I
moving.
just do, oh, I don't have that control over that, I think. I think we could just pause the share.
Stop share.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
All right, so now people can see both me and you at the same time. Like I said, I don't know why anybody wants to see me anyway.
You're a handsome fella.
Well, it's just so it's not a disembodied voice, just like booming over this. So detracting. Oh, it's just everyone's talking to each other now. That's great. So detracting from what we're doing slightly. I know you got into astrophotography, and it's not new to you because it kind of lends itself with some of the photography you're doing, especially with the nightscape stuff. But you only just recently, within the last 2 years, 3 years, got into all of this. What has been the biggest eye-opening thing, and how do you cross that line between your regular photography, your light painting, and the astrophotography?
So I'll answer that question, and I'll bring it back just a little bit further. Is when I first met Chris, and at that concert, I had no idea that you can take pictures of the Milky Way with a regular camera. I had seen Milky Way pictures before, but I was under the impression that that is heavy duty gear, not a DSLR. So in my search for my first camera, which was a Canon 60D, I found a guy by Mark. His name is Mark G. I don't know if you've seen him before. He came out with a very famous photo called Full Moon Silhouettes. And anyways, he's a Milky Way photographer. And when I found out that he is doing this with a regular DSLR, I was like, okay, this is definitely something. So I bought the DSLR, started doing my thing. And to answer your question, it was because I had found out that you can do that. I went out to Joshua Tree. I took a picture of the night sky, and I was so excited. I took a 30-second picture, and I look up, and all of a sudden, nothing. I was so upset. And I was pointing it there. 30 seconds, nothing. 30 seconds, nothing. And it was because it was November. And there's no Milky Way in November.
Well, we're looking at the wrong part of it, put it that way.
You're looking at the tail end of it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't what I saw in pictures. So I went back in May the next year. It was May in 2017. And I went with a few friends, and I planned out the shot, and I ended up taking my very first real Milky Way shot. And that was it. I was hooked. I looked at my camera. I saw the Milky Way. I was standing there with a light and whatnot, and I just, that's when I knew this is what I wanted to do. This is where my life is heading, and my new obsession.
So you're turning into like a telescope junkie almost. I mean, you do a lot of music, hence all the guitars in the background. And the irony behind it here is you're probably going to have another part of the wall in your bedroom dedicated to just the telescopes. Uh-oh. And there it is.
Yeah, all three of them right there.
So I'm going to take this like small opportunity on talking about a project that me and you are going to do. I understand that there is this quarantine thing here, but where we're going to be going, there is going to be nobody around us. It's just me and you, and maybe one other person, and we're going to be 6 feet apart. Safety first at the end of the day. But we're going to be doing something very specific with the sun. So you've done an ISS capture with me before already with the moon, but you've never done it with the sun before.
No.
I almost
haven't.
want to know, because I remember my first time and planning this. I mean, the only difference here is I've done the homework for you, but give me a quick rundown of what your thought is going to be. I mean, what are you going to visualize?
I would assume that it's the same. It's roughly the same as taking a picture, but you're just taking a way longer picture. So, for anyone that doesn't know, to take an image of the sun, you take a bunch of frames. It's almost like you're taking a video. You're taking a video of the sun, taking those frames, chopping up to single frames, stacking them all up on top of each other. It's more complicated, but that's the basic. And I would assume that it's this, the setup is the same, the focus is the same. I'm probably completely wrong, but this is just to answer your question, what I think. And then I would just, take a lot longer of a video to be able to have that.
I'm actually intrigued to see how you get along with this one, because there's two ways. Well, there's more than one way to do any type of solar imaging. Again, don't ever point your telescope at the sun without the correct protection. We're going to be shooting specifically something with hydrogen alpha, which is what the gold and black colored scope that you probably just saw just a second ago. That's the Solar Max. I'm going to be using a quark. I still haven't decided which scope I'm going to bring yet. It depends on the seeing condition. It's either the 100 or the 150 Esprit. I don't know which one I'm going to use yet, so I'm still scratching my head about which one I'm going to bring. But between the two, it's going to be an interesting shot. But hydrogen alpha is going to give a very, very different look. And you've been practicing profusely with all of this.
Yeah, I've literally been out every day except for today because I had this, but I'm practicing. I'm trying to get it down. I want to be good, and then I want this shot to be good.
So there is a question here. It says, you said you have an app that's a Milky Way tracker, or if you have one that's a Milky, which one is it?
So it's called PhotoPills. PhotoPills allows you to. It's a few things. I use PhotoPills to plan out my Milky Way shots. So what it does is, let's see if I can find it really fast. So it's got a thing on it where you can actually see. I don't know if you guys can see this. Forget it. It's a see-through mode, so you can see what your camera is seeing through the camera, but also you can see where the Milky Way is at whatever time you want. So let's say you're going out to Joshua Tree and you see these nice rocks and you want to use those rocks in a Milky Way shot, but you don't exactly know what time the Milky Way is going to perfectly align with those shots. You can use PhotoPills to point it at those rocks. Say you want the Milky Way to be right here, or you can just scroll to scroll the timeline and plan it out that way. I also use an app called Stellarium, which helps kind of plan where everything in the sky is going to be at any time.
Cool. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to fire them off. We're probably going to stay live for probably just like another 10-15 minutes tops, because I think between the pair of us, we're probably dying to go get something to eat at some point.
Good old turkey sandwich.
Yeah, I've been at this since 12 o'clock this morning, so I haven't really stopped. Oh, the book. I forgot. We never talked about the book.
Yeah. So the book, I've got a book coming out, guys. It's called Secrets from the Stars. You can find it on deepskycolors.com and then click on books. It's pretty much everything that I talked about today and so much more in details with more pictures and everything. And then, so if you guys want to support, I would very much be appreciative of it. if you send me a photo with you and your book, I will send you guys a video tutorial of everything that I talked about here. Yeah, everything step by step, actually showing you how everything is done. So
Cool.
yeah,
And who did you co-author the book with? That's more important.
yeah, right. It's how, yeah, his name is Rogelio. He is I call him Astro Daddy. But he is like the godfather of astrophotography. His work is so beyond amazing, and literally he gets more APODs than anybody else I know.
I think he actually holds the record right now with the most amount of APODs. I mean, I'm not giving the APODs when it's like, say, a NASA photo. I'm talking from somebody who's a member of the public. I think he has the most.
Yeah. He actually, while you did sell me my first scope and sell me on the idea of the first scope, he definitely pointed me to that direction. And he was the guy that I went to for all the advice, what camera to get, all this, that, and the other. I think between you and Rogelio, you guys have definitely been the 75% of where I got all my information from. And then everybody else, vast reaches, Jason and Anthony, a bunch of other people.
Countless amounts of people, probably.
Yeah, I've reached out to everybody, and that's the thing too. And I recommend to everybody out there that wants to get into the hobby or just photography in general, to like first figure out what you want to do. Two, do your own research. Go out, go on YouTube is the most amazing thing on the face of the planet. You can learn so much from YouTube, and then there's vlogs and whatever, there's so much information out there. Do your own research, kind of narrow it in, and then if you have any questions with anything, or like you need advice on something, don't be afraid to reach out to people. I myself, you guys are anyone is more than welcome at any time to reach out to me. I respond to everybody on Instagram, and yes, that's like 250 some odd people a day. So I want to be here to help anyone to push them along on this journey, and most photographers are down to do that too. But also that comes with, do your own research first. Have an idea of what you want. If you just come up to me and say, I want to take pictures, I'm just going to be like, okay, go take pictures. But if you go like, hey, like I'm thinking between this camera and this camera, this is what I want to do. Like you've kind of narrowed it down. You've done a little bit of your own research. I can definitely help you really kind of figure out which way would be better for you.
So. Yeah, I think that's probably some of the best advice right there is working at the store. I get this on a regular basis, is people just say, I want to be this, or I want to do astrophotography, or whatever the case may be, but they don't research the camera, the telescope, or any of that stuff. So they're not overly familiar with any of these aspects of this. And it's actually really frustrating for myself, without going into a rant, that there are too many telescopes out there, and it's picking the right one to serve that purpose. And it helps if the end user is the one that is a part of that process. So he can come up to me and go, yeah, I want to do Milky Way shots. Well, okay, great. It's not a telescope you want. You probably want to get away with a regular camera lens and things like that. Right. But then when they say, I want to take pictures of nebulas and all that kind of crazy stuff, then we can start getting into it, because the telescope I would sell you for doing planets is not the telescope I would sell you for doing nebulas.
Exactly. Like we want to be there to help you. We don't want to do it for you. We don't want to do all the research and stuff. I don't mind going online and helping finding a good deal for someone, or like, comparing specs for someone. Like I don't mind doing that, as long as you've done your research to like the best of your abilities. And astrophotography, especially deep space astrophotography, is such a technical hobby. There are so many things that you will not understand in the beginning. There's numbers, all these things. I remember the first time I walked into your store, literally you were busting out like math numbers and calculations and things. I was like,
You know what the funny thing was, though? I genuinely thought that you had already done that because you had that premise, that you had the right question. So my assumption was that you had already figured that stuff out.
I did not. Here's the thing: is I didn't figure it out, but I knew what you were talking about. I had done enough research that what you were saying was not alien to me. It
No
just
pun
was,
intended.
yeah. It just was new information that I did not know, but I understood it because I knew enough about the hobby. So, but yeah, it was. It was a whole different thing because I had done the research. Had I not done the research, all that information that you had told me, I would have not known what to do with it. So do your own research. Make our lives easier, but at the same time, don't be afraid to reach out. Ask us questions. We would be glad to help. We want to know, and then do something. We do something with the information we give you. That to me is everything. If I tell you, hey, like, you come up to me, which telescope should I buy? Which camera should I buy? How do I shoot this nebula? Like, what is it? And I give you all, and I spend my time to like write you out this nice thing. I want to hope that you're going to do it. Like, don't make it for nothing. I mean, I get it if you just want to know, like that's fine too. But if you come up with a nebula picture now with gear that I might have recommended, that to me literally means everything.
Yeah.
Means I was part and I actually did help in some way, shape, or form.
So how do people find you before we finish this?
You can find me on Instagram at Mack Murdoc, which is that right there. Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So just at Mack Murdoc, MackMurdoc, on Instagram.
Excellent. All right, guys, we are going to finish this. This has been one heck of a slog. We are over by 1 hour, and I am very impressed that you guys have stuck through us through this entire thing. We're going to be back again on May 2nd to do Astronomy Day. It is actually International Astronomy Day on May 2nd, so we're going to have all sorts of astro-related stuff for you. This particular video or this particular live session was more photography geared. I understand that some of you probably were expecting astrophotography stuff, but we're trying to mix it up a little bit here for the two different crowds. So again, I appreciate Mack being involved in this. I want to thank Susie from Savage. I want to thank Roger from NISI Filters, and of course Michael from Fujifilm for making this thing happen, and you, of course, the audience, for watching this. And we will hopefully see you sometime next week. Any last words?
No, I'm good.
You're good. All right, then. Let's get the heck out of here because I'm hungry.